Chapter 613. While Qin Feng was slowly making his way through the stages, outside the ancient devil refining tower, outside one of the doors, a beautiful woman in black clothes flew out of the tower like a shooting star. Her hair was messy, and her dignified and elegant face revealed a trace of soul-stirring palpitation. Above the void, 5 extremely powerful existences were like the rising sun, and they saw Yi Guangji being blasted out. Vice Sect Master Ji Qingxian looked around. It's a pity that although Yi Guangji is talented, his martial will is slightly inferior. If he is determined to fight to the death, he might have a chance to pass the 25th stage. Supreme Elder Jiang Bei Cho shook his head and sighed. In the end, he is still lacking in determination. He doesn't know that the battle of martial arts is all about bravery and determination. One wrong step will lead to many wrong steps. Shi Xian said, I don't think so. Only by living can one have hope for the future. Bravery and determination are only suitable for some of the martial arts prodigies. Yi Guangji has comprehended the law of dark water. The law of dark water is the most gentle. If there is no path ahead, why can't he turn around? Hearing this, Ji Qingxian and Jiang Bei Chao's eyes flickered. They looked at each other and shook their heads. Obviously, they didn't agree with Shi Xian. Shi Xian looked at Yi Guangji. This Yi Guangji is not bad. Not only does he have outstanding talent, but more importantly, his teacher is a supreme elder of the Myriad Stars Temple. The Myriad Stars Temple controls the Myriad Stars Academy and is the temple with the highest status among the 4 great temples. If I can win him over, even if Gong Ao controls the fighting division and the wind division, I won't be afraid of his provocation and pressure. It's Yi Guangji, one of the 12 prodigies. The Dark Emperor Yi Guangji stopped at the 25th stage. Looking at the time he lasted, it was much shorter than Chunyu Fengshen. Some of the young experts saw Yi Guangji's voice and couldn't help but exclaim. On the crystal list, there were changes again. First, Gong Sun Hong, 25 points. Second, Chunyu Fengshen, 24 points. Third, Yi Guangji, 24 points. In the field, the remaining young experts looked solemn. Yi Guangji lived up to his name as one of the 12 prodigies. Yi Guangji stood under the ancient tower with a pitiful look on his face. There was still a trace of hope and fear left. A supreme expert who had gone through 2 chaos tribulations was indeed terrifying. Ordinary mighty figures could only comprehend the true soul laws. A stage 2 supreme almighty comprehended the Yin God law. The Yin God law already contained a portion of divinity. Even peerless geniuses like them, who had condensed a trace of the true soul law, could not withstand it. If one were to say that the true soul law was as heavy as a rock, then the Yin God's laws would be like steel, sharp and powerful. When true soul laws met with Yin God laws, they could not withstand for long at all and would be utterly routed. If it wasn't for the protection of a true artifact, he might have been killed by that supreme powerhouse in one strike. Looking at the rankings on the crystal mirror, Yi Guangji's expression was heavy. 24 points. It's another 24 points. Looks like if you want to enter the top 9, you have to pass at least 24 trials. Someone exclaimed. It's difficult. The 2nd and 22nd trials are guarded by martial Tao mighty figures. Martial Tao mighty figures comprehend the true soul laws, and the power of the laws is actually easy to deal with. Ordinary Nirvana realm martial Tao giants will die if they touch it, unless their own true power is extremely strong or they rely on a true artifact. A true artifact is a treasure that has been refined by absorbing spiritual energy from heaven and earth for countless years. It can be said to be a natural treasure or born in the chaos explosion. That kind of treasure is extremely rare. Not to mention obtaining it. Even hearing about it is rare. There's no need to think about it. As for the quality of true power, it requires great perseverance, great wisdom, and great opportunities to achieve something. Amidst the discussion, many youths sighed inwardly. After Yi Guangji walked out of the ancient tower, Dongfang Qingyun of the 12 prodigies stepped into the Fiend Refinement Ancient Tower. Suddenly, someone said, "Did you guys notice that the person behind the ninth stone door seems to have not come out?" That's right. Some young experts also thought of Qin Feng, who had been forgotten. With one look, his expression changed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 22, 23. A total of 23 lanterns. Doesn't this mean that he passed the 23rd level and entered the 24th level? What? He entered the 24th level? That's impossible. The exclamations alarmed many young powerhouses. Their gazes landed on the ninth stone door, and their expressions changed drastically. It's really the 24th level? How is this possible? With his mere sea of reincarnation realm body, how could he kill a martial Dao powerhouse? On the new cloud, many elders and true inheritors heard the commotion, and their gazes were all focused on Huang Xiaolong. 24th level? This? The elders exchanged glances with one another. An elder who looked like a child muttered to himself, "Conferred marquis genius? Are all the conferred marquis geniuses of the sex so terrifying?" It was no wonder that many elders found it hard to believe. Although Sea of Reincarnation Realm experts were known as big shots outside, they were just ants in the eyes of martial Dao powerhouses. They could be annihilated with a flick of the finger. Not to mention martial Dao powerhouses, even Nirvana Realm experts could easily kill Sea of Reincarnation Realm experts. Even those at the peak of the Sea of Reincarnation Realm wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. In the void, the green radiance of the 5 diagrams heard the commotion and instantly discovered the obscure 9th door that had been overshadowed by the brilliance of the 12 paragons. The 5 prodigies were all sages with extraordinary abilities. With a glance, information appeared in the box in their eyes. The Thunder Heavenly King exclaimed, "It seems to be the power of the void." This conferred marquis genius actually comprehended the extremely rare void origin. With more than 10 void elemental profound mysteries, he can condense the void origin at any time. Void origin? Qin Feng. Zhong Wuxiang seemed to have mentioned this name to me before. Shi Xian said thoughtfully. Shi Xian had some memories of Qin Feng. When Qin Feng had advanced to the conferred marquis realm, Zhong Wuxiang had suggested to him to recruit Qin Feng. However, in his impression, Qin Feng didn't have any family or background. It wasn't surprising that he had some talent. Xingqian School was a place where geniuses were as common as clouds. Although Qin Feng's performance was a little eye-catching, he didn't have any background or backing. In Shi Xian's opinion, his value was limited. Now, it seemed that he had missed a talent. However, Shi Xian didn't mind. He was just a direct disciple. He didn't need him. He said casually, "Space is king, time is supreme. Although the void elemental is strong, it is also extremely difficult to cultivate. In the future, when one enters the martial Dao realm, it will only be harder than other elemental experts. Since ancient times, most of the time and space elemental experts have died at this stage." After saying that, he continued, "Moreover, in my opinion, he will at most stop before the 25th stage. Although the void elemental is strong, he is still an ant in the face of an almighty." Chapter 614. Shi Xian is still lacking in foresight. Ji Qingxian glanced at Shi Xian. Among the 9 true disciples, Gong Ao ranked first, Shi Xian ranked second, and Ji Qingxian ranked 5th. However, in Ji Qingshuan's opinion, Shi Xian was far inferior to Gong Ao. Of course, Shi Xian had other considerations as well. However, in Ji Qingshuan's opinion, it was too late. Shi Xian had relied too much on the disciples of the various sects and clans. Admittedly, those clans were powerful and had great potential, but their interests were complicated. Shi Xian could not fully control them and was even affected by them. However, Shi Xian is not a simple person. Maybe he's deliberately putting up a facade to lure the other 9 true disciples to take action so that they can share the pressure from Gong Ao. Ji Qingshuan's expression did not change. Anyone who could become one of the 9 true disciples was not a simple person. However, she was interested in Qin Feng, even though Shi Xian looked down on him. Ever since Qin Feng entered the Azure Dragon Academy, she started to notice this genius who was on par with her second sister, who was as proud as a phoenix. Time reigns supreme, while the void is king. The void element is rarely seen. Perhaps many people have already forgotten about it. Ji Qingxian smiled. The heavenly king of purple thunder and Jiang Jiangshou looked at each other and saw the desire in each other's eyes. Although this marquee genius might not be able to become a true disciple this time, with his strength, he would definitely succeed in the next session. Every true disciple was extraordinary. The biggest difference between a true disciple and an inner disciple was like the difference between a legitimate son and a bastard. The legitimate son would inherit the family's temple and legacy. The bastard son would be more casual. The legitimate son would be the future crown prince, while the bastard son would only be an official at most. It was the same for a true disciple and an inner disciple. A true disciple would be the successor of the sect master. At the very least, they would be a temple master. They might even have the chance to become the temple masters of the 4 sacred temples or the 28 peak masters. An inner disciple would at most be an elder. If they did well, they might be able to become a deputy temple master or a side temple master. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. However, despite having such thoughts, their focus was still on the 12 prodigies. The 24th stage. There were countless peach blossoms in the pink peach forest. This was an extremely coquettish and beautiful woman who looked like a demoness. Her pink clothes couldn't hide the dense, killing intent between her eyebrows. Rumble. As soon as Qin Feng entered the space, he immediately felt that the space around him was locked down by a terrifying force, and he was like a mouse trapped in a jar. Rumble. A whip that looked like a poisonous dragon tore through the air. Another sneak attack. Qin Feng wanted to tear the void apart, but in the next moment, his expression changed. The void, which had been easily torn apart in the past, was like an iron wall. Not to mention tearing it apart. Even shaking it was extremely difficult. Did the other party cultivate some kind of void-locking secret technique? Qin Feng snorted, and the celestial river true force in his body transformed into a mighty void force, forming a mirror in front of him. Crack! The whip instantly shattered the mirror, and a massive backlash smashed into Qin Feng's body. His internal organs burned, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. The power of the void instantly formed a vortex. Void ultimacy, void banishment. The whip suddenly sank into the depths of the void vortex. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Qin Feng threw a punch, shattering the void-locking secret technique around him. His body flashed and appeared a few hundred feet away. Void mirror image, void tearing, void banishment, and void shuttling. 4 types of void ultimacy in a row. The mighty figure in pink revealed a trace of surprise on her beautiful face, followed by a trace of scorching heat. You actually comprehended the void origin. It seems that your status in Xingqian school is not low. The girl in pink had a strange look on her face. Qin Feng clearly felt the strange look in the girl in pink's eyes. It was as if she wanted to skin him alive, and it was filled with greed. Qin Feng was no stranger to this kind of look. The supreme spiritual ruins had the same look in his eyes. Possession. Qin Feng immediately understood. This girl obviously wanted to possess his body and use a secret technique to escape from the ancient devil refining pagoda. Wishful thinking. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. Crack! The mighty figure in pink waved her hand. The black and white whip was like a flexible snake's tail as it bombarded the void, making a muffled sound like thunder. Qin Feng was startled by the sound of the thunder. This girl was holding a small whip. Could it be that she had a tendency to abuse him? She narrowed her red phoenix eyes. Kid, you're quite capable. However, this attack is just an appetizer. I'll give you a chance. Surrender and close your eyes and commit suicide. Otherwise, I'll take action. You'll be begging for death. A boundless pressure was emitted from her tall and slender body. Qin Feng seemed to see countless chains in the sky, locking down the void like evil dragons. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng felt that his surroundings were completely locked down. This was the true soul law of entrapment. She was an expert at the peak of the late stage of the martial Tao, a half-step supreme almighty. This girl was the most terrifying existence that Qin Feng had encountered since entering the ancient devil refining pagoda. Qin Feng did not panic and smiled. Granddaughter, I've seen conditions that are even more stupid than yours. Why don't you change your condition and massage my shoulders? Maybe I'll consider sparing your life. The mighty figure in pink robes' face turned black as she pointed at Qin Feng and shouted angrily. What a reckless thief. I want to let you die comfortably. Since you don't appreciate it, I'll skin you alive when I catch you. I'll teach you a lesson. Seeing the expression of the mighty figure in pink robes, Qin Feng laughed out loud. Look at your black face. Are you a kiln maker or a charcoal seller? You're so black. The mighty figure in pink robes scolded with a cold look in her eyes. Damn you, brat. The first move of the dragon python devouring spirit whip, a roar of the mortal world. Boom! She poured all the true power in her body into the whip, causing it to swell up in an instant. Like a thick, poisonous dragon, the whip swept over. Boom! The impact caused the void to distort and deform. The whip was right in front of him. Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. The true power of the Milky Way in his body transformed into the true power of the fifth earth. A streak of yellow chi soared into the sky and transformed into layers of mountains. The huge power vibrated and squeezed towards the countless true soul laws that were trapped around. Boom! The whip hit the divine earth mountain. Countless true force runes collapsed inch by inch, but more and more true force runes were born. Such tough bones. The first move of the dragon python devouring spirit whip, a roar of the lake and sea. Her face was frighteningly black. She waved the whip and lashed it out. The huge whip was like a black dragon that was thousands of feet long. It suddenly turned into a raging tide and crashed into the divine earth mountain. Boom! Qin Feng's face changed. A huge crack appeared on the periphery of the divine earth mountain. Almost two-thirds of it was cracked open by this attack. The huge force blasted into his body. Qin Feng's injuries that had just recovered burst out again. The meridians and bones in his body were cracked. He did not know how many of them were broken by the force of the recoil. This pink-robed girl was many times stronger than the previous almighty. His whole body was in pain. Qin Feng complained in his heart. This evil woman is so powerful. I thought that since she was proficient in the law of the true soul, her attack power shouldn't be strong. I didn't expect her to have such a terrifying whip technique. The power is so profound that even the Earth God Mountain can't withstand it. That's right, before this martial arts expert was imprisoned in the ancient devil refining pagoda, almost all of his treasures were taken away. Where did that whip come from? Could it be that it was refined from pure law of the true soul, similar to the Earth God Mountain? Qin Feng's face turned gloomy. With the divine Earth Mountain, he knew better than anyone else how terrifying this kind of half-divine ability and half-true treasure was. Chapter 6:15. Do you think you can survive with a turtle shell? The pink-robed almighty said coldly. Dragon python spirit devouring whip first form, third form, fourth form, third form, demon god rise, absolute sky destruction. Rumble. The black and white whips transformed into thousands of angry dragons that pierced through the void. Layers of the void were shattered by the whips. Bang! The whips bombarded the divine Earth Mountain, and the divine Earth Mountain suffered heavy blows. Rumble! A surging and majestic rebounding force spread out from the great Earth Divine Mountain. Poochie, Qin Feng's meridians, flesh, and blood were instantly shattered. At the same time, a violent force poured into his chest, causing it to collapse. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Qin Feng's face turned pale. The power of a half-step Supreme Almighty was several times stronger than that of an ordinary martial Tao Almighty. That heavy power was something that even an extreme fourth stage true power could not withstand. It wasn't that the quality of the true force was inferior, but that the quantity had reached the upper limit. The dam could withstand it, but it couldn't withstand a tsunami. Of course, if he could become a martial Tao Almighty, Qin Feng could kill the pink-robed Almighty in one move with the quality of the galaxy true force. Qin Feng couldn't care less about the miserable state he was in. He sensed another round of force coming at him, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? A secret technique appeared in his mind. The five-mountain godly mountain that condensed the five-mountain godly form was only a small success. The real Desheng was the combination of the five mountains into a chaotic five-mountain godly mountain. Rumble. He sensed the pink-robed Almighty gathering a force that could split the sky and strike at him. The void shook, and the divine Earth Mountain couldn't withstand the pressure and was about to shatter. Qin Feng's face changed, and he didn't hesitate anymore. Five elements earth begets metal. He formed a seal with his 10 fingers, and a small golden godly mountain appeared between his palms. It was like a sharp and threatening sword peak. It was the metal godly mountain of the five-mountain godly mountain. Metal begets water. Rumble. Amidst the endless water light, a lake condensed. Water begets wood. Lush green trees filled the air, and countless wisps of wood chi transformed into a verdant little Qiao Yuxiu peak. Wood breeds fire. A flaming mountain appeared in the midst of the flames. Fire begets earth, and the five elements become one. As Qin Feng executed the final hand seal, the four divine mountains rushed into the divine mountain of earth like four streams of light. At this moment, thousands of whipped shadows merged into one in the void and struck the divine Earth Mountain. Rumble. It was as if 10,000 bolts of lightning had exploded in an instant. The entire divine Earth Mountain shook violently, but it stabilized in an instant. Green, white, black, and red lights rushed out from the divine Earth Mountain. The pink-robed mighty figure frowned. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This was an excellent opportunity. Qin Feng's figure rushed forward like a gust of wind, and his hand formed a seal. Mountain Embracing Seal. This was the only attack seal of the five-mountain Sacred Mountain secret technique. While the pink-robed mighty figure was in a daze, Qin Feng closed the Chaos 5 Sacred Mountains and crashed into him with a Demon Mountain. Boom! The towering mountain was majestic and unstoppable. It crashed into the pink-robed mighty figure's body, as if it had the power to turn the world upside down. Even though they were separated by the void, the five supremacies could feel the destructive aura and could not help but shudder in fear. Bang! The pink-robed mighty figure's entire body exploded. The five-colored mountain shattered her entire body and soul. Buzz! The entire void exploded, and a void tide erupted in all directions like a tide. Rumble! It crashed into the ground like a cannonball. After that attack, the five sacred mountains could no longer be maintained. They scattered in all directions and turned into five beams of light that entered Qin Feng's body. Puffed, puffed. Countless bloody lights shot out from Qin Feng's body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His chest was like a bellows that was overloaded. It's actually so powerful. Qin Feng scanned his surroundings and was secretly shocked. This was also the first time he had used the Mountain Embracing Seal. It was truly ridiculously violent. Even a half-step Supreme Almighty was smashed to death by a single strike. This was still the incomplete state of the Chaos 5 Sacred Mountains. If it was the real Desheng's Chaos 5 Sacred Mountains, even gods and demons would be killed by it. It's much better than a brick. However, the aftereffects were also very serious. The huge recoil almost shattered his entire body. Other than his head, the rest of his body was in tatters. He didn't think much of it. At the fourth level of the 8 Desolation Indestructible Body, as long as his head didn't explode, he could still come back to life even if his entire body was destroyed. He activated the Star River True Force and turned it into life force that flowed into his body. His muscles and bones were rebuilt, his flesh and blood were reborn, and his meridians were reconnected. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng appeared naked on the spot. Putting on a piece of clothing and slightly recovering his cultivation, Qin Feng's gaze fell on the passage in front of him. Then he stepped into it. Qin Feng's eyes were solemn. He would not be facing an ordinary martial Dao expert in the 25th level. It was a supreme expert that was above the martial Dao expert. Although it was a weakened version of a supreme expert was definitely not comparable to an ordinary expert. The lantern is lit. He passed the 24th level. He actually passed the 24th level. Outside the ancient pagoda, the young experts who had been paying attention to the changes in the ninth stone door all looked solemn at this moment. Among them were Qin Yufongshen and Yi Guangji, who had not thought much of it. The two martial Dao geniuses were nervous. There's another strong contender for the position of a true disciple. Many hall masters, elders, and true disciples were shocked. Their auras changed, causing the surrounding void to change color. This was really unexpected. In the Medicine King Hall, the three elders' expressions were the most interesting. As for Qin Feng, the three elders did not even look at him. They even thought that Qin Feng was young and frivolous, and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. The three of them blushed a little. Previously, the three of them had ridiculed Qin Feng in front of the other elders and hall masters. Fortunately, at this time, some experts at the side did not make fun of them. A hall master sighed softly. A dark horse has indeed appeared. However, this old man did not expect this dark horse to be a Sea of Reincarnation realm expert. He was a hall master under the Heavenly Works Temple of the Four Great Temples. The four great temples were clearly separated. In the void, the four positions could be distinguished at a glance. An elder of the myriad stars temple sighed deeply. It's indeed terrifying. Even if he had a true artifact, defeating and killing a martial Dao expert at the Sea of Reincarnation realm is still a shocking matter. Many hall masters and elders nodded inwardly. This performance was shocking. At the side, seeing the expressions of the elders, some of the young experts who were watching the ceremony were jealous. It's a pity that 24 points is already his limit. The 25th level is guarded by a martial Dao expert. A Sea of Reincarnation realm expert is definitely not a match for him. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. It was a true disciple under the Star Monarch Temple. Divine General Kuei Division, Divine General Jade, General Zhongyu. Many hall masters and elders nodded inwardly with flickering eyes. A martial Dao expert with a martial Dao expert's true artifact wouldn't be a match for a martial Dao expert, let alone a Sea of Reincarnation realm genius. The question was how long he could last. Many experts were not optimistic about Qin Feng's chances. This was not because they looked down on Qin Feng, but because they were looking at reality. A Sea of Reincarnation realm expert was an ant-like existence in front of a martial Dao expert. Chapter 616. The 26th Stage. Thousand Leaves Water God Seal. The moment he stepped into the void, Qin Feng formed his strongest defensive ability. A black thousand leaves water god lotus was activated by the innate indestructible spirit light and turned into a black lotus in front of him. Sure enough, he was sneak attacked again. Evil light filled the sky and shone brightly. A handprint as big as a mountain instantly slammed on the thousand leaves water god lotus. Like water, splendor, surging, it was like raging waves hitting the shore. Boom! The thousand leaves water god lotus fluctuated violently like never before. Bloody scars appeared on Qin Feng's body as his joints creaked. Who's there? Qin Feng didn't even have time to react. With a roar, bright silver light burst out from his bones. Surging true force washed his flesh and blood, cleansing his internal injuries and recovering in the blink of an eye. What a strong recovery ability. Evil light filled the world. This was an evil powerhouse with a pair of wings on his back and a sharp horn on his head. An incomparably cold, murderous aura condensed into a tangible black armor on his body. A pair of blood-red eyes were reflected in the sky and went straight to the bottom of one's heart. This was a supreme powerhouse who had gone through 2 chaos tribulations. With just a glance, Qin Feng's expression changed. Mo Luo, royal family of the extra-dimensional abyss. Royal family. The extra-dimensional abyss was the most filthy, turbid, and gloomy place in the world. It was the place where the world digested the reincarnation of all living things. It was known as the dirtiest, most rotten, and chaotic place in the world. That place was boundlessly vast and boundless. There were countless mysterious and terrifying races living there. They were collectively known as the underground demons. Qin Feng had seen the underground demons in the Qin family's underground palace. The lowest-level dog demon chased them around in circles. There were even mid-level demon hunters behind them. Above the mid-level demons, there were still higher demons. The higher demons were tyrannical and had many innate killing abilities that martial arts powerhouses didn't have. Among them, the royal family was the most powerful and terrifying existence. They occupied the highest level of the underground world and ruled over countless demon races. The demon in front of him was a terrifying powerhouse of the Mo Luo royal family. Mo Luo was also known as the Black Sun among the underground demons. Every Mara monarch controlled the power of the sun's reverse side. As his expression changed drastically, boundless evil qi rose up and turned into a huge black-gold great sun palm that slammed down. Rumble. Even with the protection of the thousand leaves water god, Qin Feng could not help but sink into the ground. It was too fast. The Mara monarch's speed even exceeded the limit of what Qin Feng could capture using void force. It was like a black line in the void. Rumble. The surging power smashed onto the black lotus of thousand leaves water god. The scorching and cold power of the black sun went through the black lotus and slapped into every part of Qin Feng's body. Bang, bang, bang. The figure sneered. His body was like a mad dragon. His hand seals condensed a huge amount of power and bombarded the thousand leaves water god black lotus around Qin Feng. Rumble. Blood flowed from the corners of Qin Feng's mouth. Anger surged from the bottom of his heart. When had he ever suffered such a great loss? They had no power to resist at all. The Mara monarch was too strong. Even a thousand leaves water god black lotus, constructed with innate inextinguishable spirit light, was unstable. A mere sea revolution realm martial artist dares to intrude into this king's territory. Little ant, killing you will be as easy as slaughtering a dog. The Mara monarch's body flashed and appeared in the void. With a shout, countless seals formed a black sun divine pagoda that slammed down. Rumble. His attitude was too fast. Qin Feng's eyes were about to split open. He had no ability to avoid this attack. The thousand leaves water god black lotus bloomed with unparalleled brilliance. Rumble. The black sun divine pagoda bloomed with thousands of evil lights and bombarded the thousand leaves water god black lotus. The huge thousand leaves water god black lotus was sent flying. The ground collapsed and the divine pagoda slammed down. A stone mountain was shattered into pieces. Qin Feng was bathed in blood. The terrifying recoil almost shattered his skin. Qin Feng's eyes were extremely cold. He circulated the power of his true soul and tried his best to capture the opponent's movements. Silver-white brilliance rushed out from his body. The surging life aura was like a green flame that appeared under his skin inch by inch. His body was rapidly recovering. Sweeping a glance, the Mara monarch's pupil shrank. You still can't break the turtle shell. The Mara monarch's eyes were filled with wildness. His blood-red eyes were like a sea of blood. Little ant, your life is like a bug. Let's see how many times you can recover. Qin Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. That's right. You are stronger than me. You are a supreme existence. But if you want to kill me, you are daydreaming. Little ant, do you really think this king can't kill you? That was just an appetizer. The Mara monarch's eyes were extremely cold. Black Sun Maha Grand Art. Pucci. Countless black brilliance emerged from his body. The black and red flames even melted the void. Dark Sun Law. Scorching sun illumination. His black palm formed a seal. It was like a black sun-like millstone that smashed down. This attack was very terrifying. The millstone-like hand seemed to be cast from black gold. It was filled with a blazing heat that could burn heaven and earth. The space rumbled under the pressure. The momentum was terrifying. Boom! There was no way to dodge at all. Qin Feng couldn't break the void lock of a supreme existence. Bang! A huge force bombarded his body. The black lotus that wrapped Qin Feng's body crashed into a green mountain peak. The mountain peak broke with a loud bang. A black lotus bloomed in the void, absorbing endless vitality. In the center of the black lotus, a black figure that was charred black and badly mutilated appeared in the void. He was in a terrible state. His flesh and blood, tendons and bones suffered a destructive blow. The supreme existence of the Mara monarch revealed a smile on his face. This brat was seriously injured, but the next moment his face stiffened. Qin Feng's bones bloomed with a bright silver light. The aura of life washed over him. Countless flesh wriggled and regenerated. His aura was reborn in the midst of destruction. His strength seemed to be even more tyrannical. Qin Feng looked at the Mara monarch with a sneer. "How is it? Good, good, good. Little ant, you have successfully angered this king." The Mara monarch laughed out of anger. His hair danced wildly like an enraged demon god. His eyes stared at Qin Feng like blades. 9 suns piercing heaven. He formed seals with his fists, and 9 black gold great sun millstones appeared. They merged into one, as if they had merged with heaven and earth. Every time he struck out, the sky would tremble, and the 5 existences who were watching from the depths of the void would frown. The next moment, it turned into a black gold millstone that covered the sun and pressed down fiercely. This time, the power soared more than 9 times. Qin Feng felt a chill in his heart. He only had time to pour his true power into the 1,000 leaves water, God Black Lotus. The next moment, there was an earth-shattering bang. The black lotus in the void fell like the Milky Way, crashing into the vast earth. Boom! The 5 experts in the void couldn't bear to watch. Chapter 617. Tens of thousands of rays of black and gold light pierced through, shaking the mountains and the earth. It was like a tornado sweeping away the clouds, or a wave washing away the sand. On the mountain peak, all the trees were uprooted and shattered in midair. All the strange stones were turned into dust, and the waterfall was swept into the sky and evaporated. Qin Feng's figure was blasted into the waterfall. So powerful! The All-Devil royal family is indeed the royal family of the underground demons. Although their dark sun law is not as bright as the bright sun law, it takes advantage of the inside and is even more evil and tricky. Its destructive power is even stronger. The heavenly king of purple thunder was secretly shocked. This race is blessed by the Fu Dao law of the earth abyss. They were born from extreme darkness and darkness. They are the children of darkness. Naturally, they have a natural affinity with the law of the dark sun, especially their black sun Maha Grand Art. It is a legendary level codex with great power. Jiang Beiqiu nodded. No wonder he suppressed Qin Feng to the point that he couldn't fight back. Ji Qingxian shook his head. The gap is too big. In the eyes of an unparalleled almighty, even an ordinary martial Dao almighty could be easily killed, let alone a sea of reincarnation realm martial artist. The heavenly king of purple thunder laughed. Law is formed by the power of truth of all things. It contains the mysteries of the heavenly Dao. The true soul law can only be considered as a beginner. The Yin spirit law can be considered as touching the chakra. At this level, the difference in strength is like heaven and earth. Not to mention, the dark sun law of the All-Devil royal family is an extremely powerful law. Boom! While the 5 of them were still in shock, the lotus rose from the ruins and bloomed, emitting a bright silver light. A tragic figure appeared in the middle of the lotus. His whole body was char black, and even his internal organs were irreversibly destroyed. White bones could be seen in his chest. What is this lotus? Even an unparalleled almighty's full force attack couldn't destroy it. Shi Xian was shocked. A very strong, inextinguishable divine light. It should be an incomplete true weapon. Jiang Beiqiu looked serious. and surprised. He's still alive. The All-Devil royal family's almighty was shocked. His eyes fell on the black lotus under Qin Feng's feet. He had noticed the black lotus long ago. An incomplete, true treasure. King Mo Luo frowned. As far as he knew, even an ordinary true artifact should not be this strong. Not to mention, using a true artifact consumed a great deal of energy. Qin Feng being able to resist once was already his limit. So how could Qin Feng be as vigorous as a dragon and ferocious as a tiger each time? Silver light bloomed from his body as he absorbed the yuan qi that was injected into him from the chaos heavens. His injuries were instantly healed. Seeing King Mara's expression, Qin Feng immediately guessed the other party's thoughts. Qinya Water God Black Lotus's main body was still in the Cloud Lake. Qin Feng had never summoned his main body back, even though it seemed to be in an incomplete state. In fact, Qin Feng did it on purpose. The complete Thousand Leaves Water God Black Lotus was too eye-catching. I don't believe I can't kill an ant like you. After recovering from his shock, King Mo Luo's face darkened. Continuous attacks. Devil Dragon, Sun, Salutation. 9 annihilations. Burning City. 9 suns is one. The 9 black suns merged into one. And in the end, the black gold fist imprint almost pierced through the heavens, possessing unparalleled strength. Rumble. Qin Feng's black lotus form was constantly sent retreating. Countless bones and organs in his body suffered unimaginable damage. The 8 desolation, indestructible body was reborn amidst his injuries. Qin Feng felt his body being tempered by such destructive attacks. His true soul's power became sharper. Boom! The fist descended as Qin Feng caught a trace of it for the first time. Mountain-embracing seal, earth rumbles. A huge mountain appeared above his head as it towered over the clouds. Qin Feng's eyes emitted a ferocious glint as he multitasked. He held the Thousand Leaves Water God seal in one hand and the mountain-embracing seal in the other. As one, he hugged the massive mountain and slammed into the incoming fist imprint. Boom! The world turned upside down as the mountain crumbled. Boom! King Mo Luo retreated rapidly as black light surged from his body like a tidal wave. It was stirred. For the first time, Qin Feng had stirred King Mo Luo. In the void, the 5 powerhouses looked at each other and were secretly surprised. The 5 of them could see that Qin Feng's growth was extremely fast. Although he was bombarded like a sandbag, not only did he not die, but his aura was also rising steadily. However, the 5 of them could also see that the gap was still very big. Qin Feng's figure was also blasted back dozens of feet by the force of the impact. The Earth God Mountain in his palm crumbled inch by inch as if it had crashed into the most powerful divine iron. As expected, this level of attack can't hurt a supreme powerhouse at all. You can actually capture the trajectory of this king's fist. King Mo Luo's face was gloomy. Qin Feng's growth surprised him, followed by surging killing intent. But do you think you can hurt this king with just this kind of power? This time, I'll send you to hell completely. Left hand as the sun, right hand as the moon. The sun and moon are immeasurable. His figure appeared above Qin Feng's head, like a tyrannosaurus. His left hand formed the sun seal, and his right hand formed the moon seal. A black sun and a divine moon appeared in the sky, each emitting a radiant brilliance and emitting a heart-palpitating fluctuation. They were both the size of a mountain and were pushed forward by him, crushing the sky like 2 boundless and immeasurable stars smashing down on Qin Feng. Not good. He's hiding his strength. Not only did he cultivate the Black Sun Maha Grand Technique, but he also cultivated the Divine Moon Demon Mystic Moon Law. This attack has already surpassed the limits of a Supreme Powerhouse's early stage. Prepare to save him. Heavenly King of Purple Thunder shouted. Thousand Leaves Water God Seal. With a flash of light in his eyes, Qin Feng's figure instantly retracted into the Thousand Leaves Water God Lotus. The countless petals of the black lotus wrapped around his body and spun. Boom! The brilliance of the sun and moon pierced the sky and heavily bombarded the black lotus. The huge force passed through the layers of petals and was weakened by a lot. The final force penetrated Qin Feng's chest. Bang! 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 Countless pieces of flesh and even bones instantly turned into blood foam and exploded in the black lotus. Rumble! The black lotus was smashed 1,000 feet deep into the ground. An extremely tragic scene appeared. In the void, the 5 people saw this scene and couldn't help but take a deep breath. At this time, Qin Feng was only left with a head and flesh in the black lotus. The rest of his flesh, organs, and even meridians were all shattered by the huge shock. The lone wound on his head also revealed the skull, looking abnormally terrifying. King Mo's figure descended like a demon god. His gaze passed through the ground and saw Qin Feng's miserable state. He sneered with contempt. "Little ant, do you really think this king can't kill you with a damaged, true treasure? Are you dead yet?" The 5 people who acted a little late were a step slower. Perfected monarch, refining demon, frowned slightly. In fact, he still admired Qin Feng. This young man had great potential. It was a pity to die in the 25th stage after reaching this step with a sea of reincarnation realm body. He's still alive, but with only a head left, it's probably hard to survive. Xianqing shook his head. What a pity. Sure, Xian smiled indifferently. He didn't like Qin Feng in the first place. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He asked for it. Chapter 618. Why hasn't he come out yet? Outside the Fiend Refinement Tower, many elders and young experts waited for a long time without coming out. They couldn't help but feel suspicious. The Kuei Division's 5 true disciples and the Dou Division's 4 true disciples all had heavy gazes. Qin Feng's time at the 25th level had already surpassed Yi Guangji and even Chunyu Fengshen. Could it be that he was killed by a supreme expert at the 25th level? Many hall masters and elders were waiting for the result. Rumble. At this moment, a streak of light flew down from a stone tower like a shooting star. It's Yang Changsheng. The Medicine King Hall's 3 elders' faces darkened. Yang Changsheng entered the 25th level in less than 30 breaths and was blasted out. This result was probably behind Yi Guangji's. The 3 of them hurriedly looked at the crystal list. Sure enough, the rankings changed. First, Gong Sun Hong, 25 points. Second, Chunyu Fengshen, 24 points. Third, Yi Guangji, 24 points. Fourth, Yang Changsheng, 24 points. Yang Changsheng's current score was 4th, but the 3 elders sighed inwardly. It was over. The 12 prodigies had already come down one after another. Yi Guangji, who was ranked 11th, was ranked above Yang Changsheng. Most likely, Yang Changsheng would be eliminated. Their only hope was Ling Yongwei and Qin Feng. The 3 of them were somewhat pessimistic. At this time, on the other 7 stone doors, most of them had already rushed past the 20th level. Among them, Jian Zhengyan, who was ranked 2nd, had already broken through the 25th level and was charging towards the 26th level. Below him, Ji Yao, who was ranked 8th, and Taishu Fengshen, who was ranked 9th, had already rushed to the 24th level. The hall masters, elders, and even the true disciples present knew that it wasn't difficult for them to break through the 24th level with their strength. Below them, who was ranked 5th and 6th, Gong Yangzi, were slightly slower. They were about to enter the 24th level. On the other side, as Yang Changsheng walked out, Pan Wu, who was ranked 1st, also began to move into the ancient tower. The 12 prodigies all entered. Below the ancient tower, Yi Ding, Wang Daoi, and Shinsu were already prepared to enter the Fiend Refinement Tower at any time. The entire legacy ceremony was about to enter the climax stage. In the void, the 4 powerhouses' gazes had already begun to move away from the void world behind the 9th door. At this time, Ji Qingxian exclaimed. The expressions of the 3 changed as they turned their gazes. Below the ground, Qin Feng's body that only had his head left was rapidly regenerating. Drops of blood gathered together like water. His jade-like bones emitted a layer of seven-colored light. Countless pieces of flesh and blood grew out from his bones. Within the blood-red light, an immortal and indestructible aura was dense and hazy, emitting violent fluctuations. A surging aura of life washed over. Silver light shone resplendently, and a hazy figure emitted intense divine splendor. This is... Shuan was stunned. Real body reconstruction. What guy? He's almost at the rebirth from a blood drop. The heavenly king of purple thunder mumbled to himself. His face was filled with disbelief. The sneer on King Mara's face stiffened. In the next moment, he let out a long howl. I don't believe that I can't kill an ant like you. He opened his mouth and roared. His hair flew about chaotically, and every single one of them stood on end. His robust body possessed a demonic nature. When he spread his wings, terrifying ocean-like fluctuations were released. Maha Sun and Moon, supreme demonic fire, refine all living beings. The divine wings spread out, and a soaring black light tore through the sky. A terrifying demonic figure appeared, carrying the blue sky and hanging clouds. His arms formed seals. His left hand formed the black sun seal, and his right hand formed the dark moon seal. Like two divine mountains, the space collapsed under the pressure. It was hard to imagine what kind of violent force this was. Qin Feng saw an opportunity and instantly tore through the void. He appeared behind King Mara in an instant. He formed a seal with one hand, and a huge divine mountain appeared in his palm. Mountain embraced seal, transforming the mountain into a palm. A big yellow hand slapped King Mara's head. King Mara was sent flying, and countless demonic flames jumped out. You know how to tear through the void? King Mara was a little dazed. Good chance, seeing that he had knocked King Mara down with one blow. Qin Feng continued to form the mountain embrace seal. Metal divine mountain, fire divine mountain, water divine mountain, wood divine mountain. 4 divine mountains appeared in succession and smashed onto the dazed King Mara. King Mara's demonic blood splattered and stained the ground. His body cracked like porcelain. Little ant, you're courting death. King Mara was furious. He was a little dazed after being hit in the head, but the pain made him completely awake. He let out a ferocious roar like a wild beast. Black Sun Maha, boundless fury. He formed the Black Sun seal and turned into a black sun. It was incomparably huge and shone brightly, drowning the 5 divine mountains. Rumble. The 5 divine mountains shook violently. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. You want to come out? Dream on. Qin Feng formed a seal, and the 5 divine mountains changed drastically. Green, white, red, black, and yellow light bloomed like a waterfall, rising tens of thousands of feet. The 5 divine mountains formed a huge array in the changing seals, firmly locking King Mara. This was a 7th level array, the innate Yin-Yang 5 Hell's Demon Suppression Array. You want to suppress this king? Ant, you're delusional. In the roar, a surge of Yin God law blasted out, shaking the light curtain formed by the 5 divine mountains inch by inch. You still want to turn the tables? Qin Feng opened his mouth and spat out a river of stars. It turned into a several hundred feet long, innate Yin and Yang Qi and sank into the array like a divine dragon. The 5 Qi combined with Yin and Yang. In an instant, it was as if the universe was moving and chaos was being created. It formed the embryonic form of a huge heavenly abode and suppressed King Mara. Rumble. Qin Feng rushed up and formed a seal with both hands. Borrowing the power of the heavenly abode formed by the array, it turned into a heavenly abode seal and slammed down on King Mara's head. Rumble. King Mara let out a loud scream. Heavenly abode power? How is this possible? How did you set up a heavenly abode array? The situation began to change. Qin Feng gained the upper hand and began to suppress King Mara. As soon as he stepped into the formation, Qin Feng seemed to have merged with heaven and earth. With the help of the 5 sacred mountains, Qin Feng violently devoured the vital qi of the void in the space, turning it into countless runes that were like ancient chains. In an instant, they bound King Mara's limbs and bones. Clang, clang, clang. King Mara was enraged. A single misstep had landed him in such a dangerous place. Terrifying demonic qi erupted from his body, and the rune chains broke apart. Qin Feng formed another heavenly abode seal and rushed up again, knocking King Mara to the ground. Exerting a huge force, King Mara seemed to be bearing the power of an entire heavenly abode. Lying on the ground, King Mara let out a low and furious roar. But this time, he had completely lost the ability to resist. Borrowing the power of the array, Qin Feng stepped onto King Mara's body. A ball of divine flame of hope appeared and refined King Mara's body inch by inch. In the void, the 5 were dumbfounded as they watched the reversal. The unparalleled, almighty King Mara was suppressed just like that. Chapter 619. Ji Qingxian was tongue-tied. He can actually set up a Grandmaster Grotto Heaven Formation. A Grotto Heaven Formation was an ability that only a Level 7 Formation Grandmaster possessed. Jiang Bichu, Purple Thunder Heavenly King, and Shi Xian were speechless. This was simply unbelievable. 3 days. Qin Feng used a total of 3 days to refine this supreme being to death. During these 3 days, Qin Feng used the heaven and earth divine fire nonstop to refine. The essence of King Mara's body was devoured and refined by Qin Feng inch by inch. Among the 10 true acupoints, the 4th true acupoint was Corpse Dog, the 5th true acupoint was Concealed Arrow, the 6th true acupoint was Sparrowine, and the 7th true acupoint was Swallow Thief. Right now, his entire body was like an eternal starlight. An immortal and indestructible aura fused into his blood inch by inch. His skin emitted a boundless glow. Outside the tower in the 3 days, winds blew and clouds surged. Among the 12 prodigies, Jian Zhongyan, Gong Yangzi, Qi Yin Nu, Ji Yao, Taishu Fengyun, and Ling Yangwei walked out of the ancient fiend refining pagoda one after another. On the crystal ranking, the ranking was updated every day. The current ranking was as follows. First, Jian Zhongyuan, 26 points. Second, Gong Sun Hong, 25 points. Third, Gong Yangzi, 25 points. Fourth, Ji Yao, 25 points. Fifth, Qin Yufeng Shun, 24 points. Sixth, Qi Yin Nu, 24 points. Seventh, Ling Yangwei, 24 points. Eighth, Taishu Fengyun, 24 points. Ninth, Yi Guangji, 24 points. 10th, Yang Changsheng, 24 points. Yang Changsheng was ranked 10th and had already been eliminated. However, Ling Yangwei shone in the ancient fiend refining pagoda and unexpectedly entered the 7th place. In the ancient fiend refining pagoda, only 2 of the 12 prodigies were left. The first ranked Pan Wu and the third ranked Dongfang Qingyun. Pan Wu was ranked 1st and Dongfang Qingyun was ranked 3rd. If there were no accidents, they would definitely enter the top 5. This would squeeze out at least 2 spots. Taishu Fengyun and Yi Guangji, who were temporarily ranked 8th on the crystal ranking, would most likely be eliminated. Ling Yangwei's ranking should stabilize at 9th. As for the 9th door, Qin Feng, he had not appeared for 3 days. There was an 80% to 90% chance that he had died. This wasn't a single person's opinion. The hall masters, elders, and true disciples all looked at Ling Yangwei with smiles on their faces. True disciples, no matter where they went, would always be the focus of attention. Congratulations, senior brother. Congratulations. On the side, the Medicine King Hall's inner disciples, Wan Song, Zhao, Ying Gu Qing, and Gu Yunfei, cupped their fists in greeting. If nothing unexpected happened, Ling Yangwei's advancement to a true disciple was just around the corner. At this moment, no matter how arrogant they were, they had no choice but to lower their heads and admit defeat. Ling Yongwei stood proudly. There was a faint majesty on his picturesque face. His eyes swept across the people around him, and he grunted softly in a casual manner. The few of them looked at each other, each feeling dejected. The difference between a core disciple and an inner disciple was like the difference between clouds and mud. High and mighty, inner sect disciples were not allowed to overstep their boundaries. At this time, the 5 true disciples of the Kuei tribe walked over. Junior Brother Ling, congratulations on becoming a true disciple. What a joyous occasion. Divine General Fufeng said with a smile. Ling Yongwei was a true disciple of the Medicine King Hall and would most likely become the Hall Master of the Medicine King Hall in the future. The Medicine King Hall's status in the Alchemy Temple was not low. Moreover, Qin Feng was a disciple of the Medicine King Hall. If they could rope Ling Yongwei in, dealing with Qin Feng will be a piece of cake. The Kuei tribe was one of the 8 tribes under the Star-Lord Temple, and the head of the Kuei tribe was the number 1 true disciple, Gong Ao. Ling Yongwei had long wanted to get in touch with him. How could Ling Yongwei refuse Fufeng and the rest roping? The group hit it off immediately, like a prostitute meeting an old brothel patron. After a round of pleasantries, Fufeng and the rest changed the topic. Junior Brother Ling, I heard the Medicine King Hall has another marquee genius coming to participate in the legacy ceremony this time. Oh, senior brothers are talking about Junior Brother Qin Feng. That kid is arrogant and conceited, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. He relied on some luck to barge into the legacy ceremony, but there seems to be no news of him now. I think it's most likely that he's dead. Ling Yongwei was unconcerned. Zhong Yu's eyes flickered as he shook his head. That's not necessarily true. He's an alchemy genius. Even if only his soul is left, the sect will probably help him be reborn. A trace of dissatisfaction flashed through Ling Yongwei's eyes. He was also a 4th-grade alchemist. In his original plan, the position of Medicine King Hall's chief alchemist was reserved for him. In the end, it was taken away by Qin Feng for no reason. So what if he's reborn? Even if that madman is reborn, he'll still be a disciple of the Medicine King Hall. This Medicine King Hall is destined to be my territory in the future. I will prove to the sect that that madman is just an arrogant and ignorant person. Even if such a person is alive, it'll only be a waste of the sect's efforts. Ling Yongwei's eyes were sharp and cold. Fufeng, Lan Yun, Zhong Yu, Chu Kuanga, and Ing Jiuchong. The 5 looked at each other and nodded inwardly. Ling Yongwei, you said that too early. You're not a true disciple yet. A voice suddenly sounded. Yang Changsheng. Ling Yongwei's gaze was as sharp as a knife. Yang Changsheng had a gentle smile on his face. He swept his gaze over Fufeng, Lan Yun, Zhong Yu, Chu Kuanga, and Ing Jiuchong and bowed slightly. Ling Yongwei had never liked this Yang Changsheng who pretended to be gentle. Yang Changsheng wasn't just his biggest rival in the past. Moreover, Yang Changsheng's gentleness was incompatible with his overbearingness. In Ling Yongwei's view, Yang Changsheng's gentleness was purely a disguise. This was a true villain. What he hated the most was Yang Changsheng's gentle and calm attitude. Yang Changsheng, you still want to go against me at this time? You're ranked 10th and have completely failed. You've lost the possibility of advancing to a true disciple and are no longer my opponent. Yang Changsheng, I didn't want to deal with you, but you really don't know what's good for you. Traces of killing intent in Ling Yongwei's eyes chilled his heart. Ling Yongwei, you really think you're a true disciple? Yang Changsheng's lips curved into a faint smile. See for yourself. He pointed. At this time, above the 9th stone door, a fiery red lantern lit up on the 25th floor. Someone passed the 25th floor again? What's there to see? Is it Pan Wu or Dongfang Qingyuan? It's not strange for the 2 of them to pass the 25th floor. Before he finished speaking, Ling Yongwei's voice stopped abruptly. He glanced at it again. The 9th stone door. Wasn't the 9th stone door Qin Feng? His face stiffened. The 5 people from the Kuei tribe also stiffened. The 25th floor? How is this possible? Many hall masters, elders, true disciples, and the young experts present were all in a daze as they stared at the 9th stone door. He actually didn't die. Not only did he not die, but he also passed the 25th floor. Didn't this mean that Qin Feng was almost certain to become a true disciple? He glanced at everyone's expressions and took in their expressions. The master of the Devil Cultivation Paradise, true monarch Devil Cultivation Paradise, had a strange look in his eyes. In this session, passing the 25th floor might not be enough to advance to a true disciple. His gaze landed on the last few Sea Reincarnation Realm experts who had entered. Yiding, Xinxiu, Wang Daoi, Xing Zhou, and Chen Guang. None of these five were weaker than Qin Feng. Chapter 620. After refining King Mo, Qin Feng's true power surged. His true power had almost reached the limits of a Sea Reincarnation Realm expert. The rich true power had almost turned into a pure light, clear and transparent. There was a strange power that could refine and encompass everything. Just from this true power, Qin Feng knew that the success rate of his heaven and earth splitting was at least 80%. Ordinary martial artists would have a 90% chance of dying, but he had an 80% chance of success. This was simply shocking. 10 spiritual patterns rushed out from Qin Feng's head. 6 green, 2 gold, 2 purple. 6 basic mystic mysteries of the void, 2 mid-grade mystic mysteries of the void, and 2 high-grade mystic mysteries of the void. The 2 mid-grade mystic mysteries of the void were Void Storm Mystic and Void Mirror Image Mystic. The 2 high-grade mystic mysteries of the void were Void Ripping Mystic and Void Banishing Mystic. The 10 mystic mysteries fused together. As the true power surged up, it descended to form a void world. The spatial treasure in his body, the universe, book, and the chaos divine tree emitted a gray light. They faintly fused with the void world, causing it to almost materialize. If Qin Feng needed it, he could choose to immediately open a heaven and earth and condense the void world. Qin Feng had a feeling that if he entered the martial path Overlord Realm, he might be able to step past the martial path Overlord Realm and enter the half-step martial path Overlord Realm. He tried his best to suppress the urge to immediately break through. He had greater ambitions. He wanted to comprehend 18 types of void mystic mysteries and condense a flawless grotto heaven. Many grotto heavens and mystic realms were divided into different grades according to the abilities of the world creators. Without a doubt, the stronger the foundation, the more powerful the grotto heaven or mystic realm that was opened. Qin Feng had an even more ambitious plan. He wanted to open a new grotto heaven and fuse the chaos heaven's mystic realm into it. This was equivalent to him having a 9 tribulations grotto heaven as his foundation. Once he digested it, it was highly possible for him to enter the demon god realm. Furthermore, he would be the most superior creation demon god among the demon gods. His body's strength surged. Pure life starlight scoured his body like silver lightning. He was surrounded by radiance. He was like the king of billions of stars. Boom! Without a sound, Qin Feng stepped into the 26th stage. Dozens of thousand leaves lotus flowers bloomed under his feet, protecting him layer by layer. Rumble! Qin Feng felt a chill that reached the heavens and penetrated the earth appear in the depths of his body. Qin Feng raised his head and his expression slightly changed. In front of them was a snowy plain that stretched for thousands of miles. The dragon's spine protruded, and the mountains and rivers were like flying dragons. One after another, snow-colored mountains sealed the heaven and earth in ice. Amidst the countless tall, snowy mountains, Qin Feng saw a lone peak that was tens of thousands of feet high. It was like a sharp sword piercing through the heaven and earth. With just a glance, a peerless sword intent that could break through heaven and earth came from a sword peak. Qin Feng's enormous true soul felt a terrifying pressure. Without a sound, a young man with a calm and simple appearance appeared in front of Qin Feng. This young man looked to be about 15 or 17 years old. His appearance was very ordinary. He wore a gray robe that had been washed so many times that it had turned white. His long hair was simply tied up by a few strands of wild grass. He held an ordinary and even rusty iron sword in his hand. His eyes were calm as he looked at Qin Feng. Looking into those eyes, Qin Feng saw a vast expanse of snow and ice. A cold light that reached the heavens and penetrated the earth pierced through the heaven and earth. His true soul was almost completely frozen by this sword. Qin Feng's true soul turned and operated the void. It turned into a huge void macro world. The sea of clouds was boundless. There were mountains and rivers. The 5 elements were complete. Yin and Yang were deduced, and the heavenly Tao was impermanent. Wherever the sword light passed, the sea of clouds was frozen. The mountains and rivers were frozen. The 5 elements were frozen. Yin and Yang were stagnant, and the heavenly Tao was obscure. A sword intent that could freeze the heaven and earth was about to completely destroy Qin Feng's true soul. The entire void macro world was about to fall into the prelude of doomsday. Crack! Crack! Qin Feng's true soul was in intense pain. The void macro world that his true soul had transformed into was about to collapse. With a thought, the power of the void surged, and a mysterious ancient tree of primordial origin appeared. The Chaos Ancient Tree. This ancient tree took root in the void macro world. Its roots pierced through the endless void, and cold qi crawled in. The ancient tree absorbed the cold qi to supplement the void essence qi and infuse them into the void macro world. Layer by layer, the void essence qi eroded the endless cold qi. At the same time, the innate yin and yang qi emerged from the void macro world. The innate yin and yang qi turned into a huge divine diagram that enveloped the endless cold qi. The innate yin and yang qi then turned into yuan qi and infused it into the void macro world. Hong long long. The entire void macro world emitted a black and white brilliance, and an all-encompassing true will of the void appeared, swallowing the sword qi that froze the world inch by inch, obliterating the sword will within, and imposing the entire void macro world. Many void, profound mysteries surged into Qin Feng's mind. Void exile, void storm, void tear, void mend, void obliterate, void mirror image, void stagnation. Qin Feng had never been so close to the origin of the void as he was now. Wisps of spiritual lights emerged from the depths of the void macro world and intertwined into spiritual patterns. These were spiritual patterns that could only be formed by Deshang, who had fully comprehended the void essences. Every time a spiritual pattern was formed and integrated into the void macro world, the light emitted by the void macro world would become more complete, brighter, and more solid. Between life and death, there is great terror. Between life and death, there is great opportunity. The plain-clothed youth looked at Qin Feng's transformation and sighed. You actually managed to comprehend so many void essences with the help of my sword qi. I have to say, you are really bold. No one knew better than the plain-clothed youth how terrifying his sword qi was. When this sword slashed down, even if it was a martial Dao expert, the true soul of a sea reincarnation realm martial artist would crumble. However, not only did Qin Feng withstand it, he even used the crisis to force out his potential and gain many benefits. However, my sword qi of absolute frost isn't that simple. With a faint smile, the cold wind whistled and countless sword lights descended upon the void macro world formed by Qin Feng's true soul. Rumble. The unparalleled sword lights pierced through the void macro world formed by Qin Feng's true soul. Pieces of the void macro world were suddenly sliced apart and turned into thousands of fragments. The raging cold wind was destroying the great worlds of the void, piece by piece. Qin Feng's true soul suffered unimaginable damage. Qin Feng's true soul was in so much pain that it was numb. Countless qi of death emerged from the depths of his true soul, pulling him towards destruction. Once his true soul died, Qin Feng would completely disappear from this world. This was the most dangerous battle. Qin Feng still guarded his true soul. The core of his true soul was sharpened in the face of death and became increasingly clear. Qin Feng circulated the cosmos phenomenon art that he had obtained from Wu Shun Tong, searching for a final chance of survival. Countless sword qi of absolute frost had already appeared in the core of the void macro-world fragment. Suddenly, Qin Feng's heart stirred. A bit of his true soul transformed with great difficulty in the void macro-world and transformed into an ancient tree that emitted a dense divine light. At this juncture, Qin Feng once again transformed into the chaotic ancient tree. But this time, the chaotic ancient tree was a level closer, almost possessing a small portion of the chaotic ancient tree's charm. The chaotic ancient tree's roots penetrated deep into the void macro world's endless ice and snow sword lights. Countless branches and leaves pulled in the void macro world fragments and forcefully swallowed all the sword lights into its body. Pucci, countless sword lights tore through the chaotic ancient tree's bark and branches. But Qin Feng did not care. Every time it tore through, the chaotic ancient tree would slash out again. Gradually, some simple patterns began to appear on the bark, as if reflecting the flow of the void macro world. It completely merged with the void macro world, and the branches actually transformed into a long river of void macro world. Seeing this indomitable ancient tree as tall as the dome of heaven, the plain-clothed youth's expression was incomparably astonished. He actually broke through and stood up, completely comprehending the essence of the void macro world in one go. Chapter 621. The giant ancient tree was like a whirlpool. Like a whirlpool, it swallowed the fragments of the void world and reformed it into a tree-shaped void world. Compared to the original flower-shaped void world, this tree-shaped void world exuded the aura of the void world. The young man slashed with his sword, and countless sword lights bombarded the tree-shaped void world, causing thousands of ripples. Part of the world was frozen, but soon, the tree-shaped void world released a strange force and swallowed all the sword lights. Once again, it was filled with tenacious vitality. The young man pondered for a moment and retreated quietly. In the outside world, on a black lotus, Qin Feng opened his eyes. Spiritual inscriptions rushed out from the top of his head one after another. 6 green, 6 gold, 6 purple. The 18 spiritual inscriptions faintly combined and formed a tree-shaped void world. Qin Feng's eyes revealed a trace of emotion. People said that the best place to cultivate was between life and death. It was indeed true. Just these few swords had saved him years of cultivation. This was the true peak of the sea reincarnation realm. Lifting his head, Qin Feng looked at the Almighty in front of him. Qin Feng frowned. The young man stood in the void with a metal sword by his side. Strangely, the Almighty in plain clothes had no intention of fighting with him. He was waiting for Qin Feng to wake up. Qin Feng's heart sank. If the Almighty had taken the opportunity to attack, even if he had the protection of the 1,000 Leaves Water God's Black Lotus, he would have been severely injured. You're awake. The young man glanced at the 1,000 Leaves Water God's Black Lotus under Qin Feng's feet. Standing on the Black Lotus, Qin Feng said plainly, "You don't seem to want to fight with me. Don't you hate the disciples of Xingqian school the most?" The young man said, "If it wasn't for this Black Lotus, you would be a dead man." Qin Feng sneered. "Cut the crap. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. If you don't have a request, you wouldn't be standing here." Qin Feng sensed a bloodthirsty aura from the body of this young-looking supreme mighty figure. The person in front of him was definitely not a good person. It's great to talk to smart people. His expression was indifferent. He didn't mind Qin Feng's offensive words at all. "I do need your help, but it's a win-win situation." Qin Feng sneered. "It's a win-win situation. I know what you're trying to do. You want me to help you get out of here. You know that's impossible. You and Xingqian school are already enemies. How can I help you get out of here?" Qin Feng looked at this supreme almighty with a funny expression. Since ancient times, the ancient devil refining tower had always been a place where one could enter but never leave. Even if it was possessed, it would be screened and dealt with by the ancient devil refining tower. No one had ever been able to escape from the tower. Moreover, even if he could, Qin Feng would not bring this person out. First of all, it was the sect's rule. Colluding with the enemy was a betrayal of the sect. Xingqian school had something called the heavenly rule. When entering Xingqian school, countless inner disciples, outer disciples, and servant disciples would sign a contract with the heavenly rule. If they betrayed the sect, they would be locked down by the heavenly rule. Even if they ran to the ends of the earth, they would be caught and brought back. You will. Everyone in the world is here for profit. The reason why you don't dare to take the risk is because the profit is not enough. The young man in plain clothes didn't care. Countless snowflakes drifted down, standing in the wind and snow. He was like a monarch in the wind and snow. His gaze seemed to penetrate Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng frowned and secretly took precautions. I know that you've comprehended the origin of the void system. However, you lack a method to use the void system. Coincidentally, in my memory, there is a legendary void system technique. What? A legendary void system technique? Qin Feng's expression changed. He couldn't. Otherwise, the offer of the mighty figure in plain clothes was really tempting. In a large sect like the Star Sect, a legendary level cultivation method was also the most core true inheritance. If he could obtain a cultivation technique that was compatible with his body constitution, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly increase by countless times. Many obstacles and bottlenecks would no longer be a problem. This would reduce his cultivation time by countless times. In his previous life, Qin Feng obtained the 9th Heaven Lightning Imperial Sutra, which allowed him to cultivate to the half-step Thunder Doubt Demon God realm in an extremely short period of time. If he could obtain a legendary void system technique, Qin Feng's strength would skyrocket in a short period of time. He could even cultivate the body of a void sage. The young man in plain clothes said, "How about it? If you can help me get out, I can even let you pass through the checkpoint I'm guarding." I can't deny that your offer is very tempting. Qin Feng chuckled. However, betraying the sect is impossible. The plain-clothed mighty figure sighed with a hint of regret. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a cold smile. From the beginning, this person had been up to no good. This person's flowery words were just to bait him. His goal was naturally to destroy him. Qin Feng was sure that the 5 powerful figures in the void were definitely paying attention to this place at all times. Once he agreed, he would be finished. Betraying the sect, colluding with the enemy, and betraying the interests of the sect. The evidence was irrefutable. Even if Qin Feng immediately regained his strength at his peak, he might not be able to escape. Perhaps this ancient tower of devil refinement would be his burial ground. This move could be said to kill without leaving a trace. Without shedding a drop of blood, Qin Feng would be buried here. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent. This person deserved to be killed. What a pity! A trace of blood flashed in the eyes of the young man in plain clothes. No one knew if he was regretting that Qin Feng didn't fall for his trick or that he was regretting that he had a wonderful way to escape. Boom! In an instant, the sword light that was hundreds of feet long struck the 1,000 leaves water god Black Lotus. The boundless chill passed through the 1,000 leaves water god Black Lotus and bombarded Qin Feng's body. 1,000 leaves water god seal. 8 desolation indestructible body. The 1,000 leaves water god Black Lotus tightly wrapped Qin Feng's body. Countless silver lights shot out from his body and obliterated the terrifying cold sword essence that seeped into his body. A trace of terrifying killing intent condensed in the eyes of the young man in plain clothes. He calculated the possibility of breaking the 1,000 leaves water god Black Lotus and killing Qin Feng. It's difficult. I don't know what kind of strange, true weapon this Black Lotus is, he murmured. However, it's not impossible to kill this kid. He's not strong and will definitely lose if he keeps defending. Once a flaw appears, I can completely kill him with one strike as long as I seize it. As he calculated in his mind, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. What he needed to do now was to continuously bombard the 1,000 leaves water god Black Lotus and force Qin Feng to reveal a flaw in his severely injured state. Buzz! Buzz! The iron sword in his hand emitted an incredible light that tore the sky apart. The next moment, it struck the thousand leaves water god Black Lotus like lightning. Chapter 622. Icy Sword Domain. One after another, solid swords bombarded the Black Lotuses. Qin Feng felt as though thousands of extremely cold snowy mountains had struck the Black Lotus. A wave of extremely cold energy seeped into his body, along with the waves of rebounding force. Crack, crack! The cold energy sealed Qin Feng in layers of ice, starting from his chest and spreading to his entire body. The sword Qi tore through his skin and flesh, and the pain seeped into his bones. As the silver light spread, the layers of ice and snow were all melted. The Galaxia True Force had an unbelievable effect. The 8 Desolation Immortal Body was recovering at full speed in the extreme cold. The sword domain was huge and enveloped the Black Lotus. In almost every breath, there were thousands of sword shadows bombarding the Black Lotus. Qin Feng was getting injured at every moment. The 5 experts in the void were secretly twitching their eyebrows when they saw the density of the attacks. If it was an ordinary expert in the sea reincarnation realm, even if they had the protection of a true treasure like the Black Lotus, they would be completely shattered within a few breaths. Even an expert in the martial Tao wouldn't be able to withstand it. Not only did Qin Feng withstand it, but his aura was also getting stronger and stronger. The surging vitality washed over him, and he was able to recover immediately. Furthermore, the 5 of them also realized that every time Qin Feng was injured, his recovery speed was getting faster and faster. His entire body was emitting a resplendent glow. As the divine glow rose, his flesh and blood were reborn. It was extremely terrifying. The plain-clothed youth's face gradually turned cold. Let's see how fast your recovery speed is. In anger, the plain-clothed expert activated the sword domain. The entire sword domain was covered in a terrifying sword light, and the sword light tore through the sky. Thousands of sword lights bombarded in an instant. Boom! More than half of Qin Feng's body instantly exploded. Blood spurted out and dyed the thousand leaves water god's Black Lotus red. In the next moment, silver light burst out, and countless blood and qi rolled back. The vitality washed over him, and he recovered in an instant. Activating the 8 Desolation Immortal Body, Qin Feng took advantage of the surge of vitality. His eyes were cold as he gathered all the vitality in his body and rushed into a certain place in his mind. At the 4th level of the 8 Desolation Immortal Body, the 8th Divine Treasure True Acupoint lit up. Dense vitality was released, cleansing and refining some of the extremely fine acupoints and meridians in his skull. There are only 2 Shunt Song Zhun acupoints left. After successfully condensing the 8th Divine Treasure True Acupoint, Qin Feng seemed to have opened another divine spring of life. Surging vitality gushed out, and the 8 Desolation Undying Godly Body seemed to be surging with tangible flames of life. Suddenly, Qin Feng's expression changed. He felt a huge force coming toward his head. "Oh no, I've been discovered." With an angry snort, Qin Feng turned his body and used his arm to assist his head. Rumble! His entire arm shattered under the tremendous force that seemed to pierce through the heavens, turning into a cloud of blood mist. So that's how it is. Just as I expected, you haven't cultivated this true body into Taoism. This head is where your flaw lies. The cloth-clothed youth's eyes flashed with blood. His eyes were extremely sharp, like a heavenly sword that had been unsheathed. The light that shot out made one's heart palpitate. Controlling the entire sword domain, countless sword lights locked onto Qin Feng's head. 1,000 streaks of sword radiance shot out, cleaving through the heavens and earth, submerging the Black Lotus beneath them. This was a type of attack that made one tremble. The 1,000 swords moved together, hacking apart the heavens. Qi! Chi, chi. The dazzling cold light, each as thick as a bucket, was incomparably sharp and cold. It was like a flood dragon rushing over, unstoppable, as if it could pierce through the heavens. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Qin Feng controlled the thousand leaves water god's black lotus to spin. As it spun, waves of terrifying, destructive sword qi penetrated his bones. Qin Feng's eyes were cold. In an instant, he had suffered unimaginable damage. His body was being reborn with great difficulty. Although he was growing rapidly, the pressure on Qin Feng was increasing. In the void, the five people looked at each other and attacked together. Rumble. For no reason, a huge force blasted through the void. One of the hands was like a millstone that blotted out the sun. Green light shot out and slammed the cloth-clothed youth to the ground. Bastard! The cloth-clothed youth roared in a low voice. His face was ferocious, and thousands of streaks of killing intent shot out like a surging sun. The big hand shook violently. Sun God, Gudahan, you really have evil intentions. You actually broke through the Sun God quasi-saint realm in one go. Unfortunately, you met me, Ji Qin Xian. A faint voice came from the void. A huge force evolved into a huge millstone that slammed the cloth-clothed youth, Dugahan, onto the ground and suppressed him. Dugahan, you are known as the Armageddon Sword God. You are lawless. You committed crimes in the realm of stars and killed the inner disciples of Xingqian School. This is already a heinous crime. Locking you in the devil-refining ancient pagoda is a chance for you. As long as you are willing to become a guardian of Xingqian School, you may be able to be released. Ji Qingxuan's indifferent gaze pierced through the boundless void and landed on the ferocious Dugahan. Now it seems that you are unrepentant. First, you framed the inner disciples of Xingqian School. Second, you hid your cultivation and plotted against us. I sentence you to death for these two crimes. She clenched her fist, and a ray of green light descended. With a loud bang, Dugahan's eyes reflected a trace of death. Boom! In an instant, he was reduced to ashes. Within the black lotus, Qin Feng's pupils constricted. A sun god quasi-sage that suppressed him to the point that he could not resist was killed in an instant. At this moment, Ji Qingxuan's indifferent and emotionless gaze landed on his body. All the pores on Qin Feng's body contracted. His heart felt like it was being squeezed by the Grim Reaper. In the next moment, an irresistible ray of green light wrapped around him. His figure flashed and silently tore through the void. Heaven and earth spun, and the green light dispersed. Qin Feng opened his eyes and found himself outside the devil-refining ancient pagoda. In an instant, Qin Feng felt countless gazes land on him. He's out. He actually lasted for so long in the 26th level. This is unbelievable. How did he do it? He entered the 26th level at the Sea of Reincarnation realm. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, this is simply a fantasy. Many young experts could not believe it. Some people looked at Qin Feng with astonishment. Under the influence of many young experts, Qin Feng's limit was to pass the 18th level. Who would have thought that Qin Feng not only passed the 18th level, but also the 25th level? This was simply shocking. Why didn't this Qin Feng die in the 26th level? On the side, Ling Yongwei was secretly angry. On the other side, Ji Yao, Chunyu Fengshen, Qi Yinnu, and Tai Shu Fingyun's expressions were not good. The crystal list's rankings had changed. Qin Feng replaced Gong Sun Hong and became second. After that, everyone's rankings changed. Among the 12 prodigies, a portion of them might be eliminated because of this. First, Jian Zongyuan, 26 points. Second, Qin Feng, 25 points. Third, Gong Sun Hong, 25 points. Fourth, Gong Yangzi, 25 points. Fifth, Ji Yao, 25 points. Sixth, Qinyu Fengshen, 24 points. Seventh, Qi Yinnu, 24 points. Eighth, Ling Yongwei, 24 points. Ninth, Taishu Fengyun, 24 points. 10th, Yi Guangji, 24 points. At this moment, above the devil-refining ancient pagoda, the weather changed. A clear figure cut through the sky. Amidst the lightning and thunder, a handsome young man in green clothes flew down. He was ranked third among the 12 prodigies, Dongfang Qingyun. This chapter has already been updated. Due to the system, it can't be displayed. Everyone, don't scold the author. The author also doesn't know why. Chapter 623. Dongfang Qingyun's clothes were intact, but there was still a trace of fear in his eyes. He seemed to be in a state of shock. However, his state of mind was excellent, and he regained his composure in the blink of an eye. When he swept his gaze across Qin Feng, there was a trace of surprise, which then turned into a trace of coldness. 25th level? I didn't expect Dongfang Qingyun, who is ranked third among the 12 prodigies, to stop at the 25th level? It seems that Qin Feng's strength is not inferior to the 12 prodigies, and he is even stronger than some of the people behind him. That's terrifying. Qin Feng is only in the sea rebirth realm. Yes, most of the 12 prodigies are martial arts giants, and most of them are at the peak of the martial arts giants. Dongfang Qingyun's eyes changed slightly as he heard the crowd's discussion. When he glanced at the crystal list, his face sank again. The ranking on the crystal list changed again. First place, Jian Zongyuan, 26 points. Second place, Qin Feng, 25 points. Third place, Dongfang Qingyun, 25 points. Fourth place, Gongsun Hong, 25 points. Fifth place, Gong Yangzi, 25 points. Sixth place, Zhi Yao, 25 points. Seventh place, Chunyu Fengshan, 24 points. Eighth place, Barefoot Crossbow, 24 points. Ninth place, Ling Yongwei, 24 points. 10th place, Taishu Fengyun, 24 points. Crack. Dongfang Qingyun's 5 fingers cracked. Zhi Yao smiled. Being suppressed by Qin Feng was originally a humiliating thing, but Dongfang Qingyun was also ranked behind, which gave him an inexplicable sense of pleasure. Who asked you to be arrogant? Didn't you promise in front of senior brother that you would suppress everyone? Now look at you. Not only are you ranked third, but you are also suppressed by Qin Feng. Let's see if you still have the face to put on airs in front of me in the future. Zhi Yao was unusually happy. Looking at Qin Feng's expression, everyone found it pleasing to the eye. Oof. Suddenly, a cold snort was heard, and a young man with thick bones turned into a stream of light and flew away. He carried a giant sword on his back and was full of anger. It's Taishu Fengyun. Taishu Fengyun is also unlucky. He was originally ranked 9th, but his performance this time was not bad. It's a pity that his luck is bad. Many young experts felt sorry for Taishu Fengyun. Taishu Fengyun was a forthright person, and he had many friends in the inner sanctum. Many young experts felt sorry for him. Some of them even vented their anger on Qin Feng. However, there were still people glaring at Qin Feng. Ling Yongwei walked up to Qin Feng and angrily questioned, Qin Feng, what kind of cheating method did you use? With your strength, it's impossible for you to enter the 25th stage. You'd better tell us clearly and give us an explanation. Many young experts looked over and perked up their ears when they heard this. Ling Yongwei, is there something wrong with your brain? I cheated. There are 5 saints watching over this ancient devil refining tower. Do you think they are neglecting their duties? Qin Feng stared at Ling Yongwei. Ling Yongwei's expression changed. Qin Feng glanced at Ling Yongwei and said indifferently, What's more, Qin Feng, don't need to answer to anyone. Ling Yongwei's face was ashen. You don't dare to say it? Are you feeling guilty? You really did use some kind of cheating method. Numerous gazes fell on Qin Feng, scrutinizing him. The young experts present were all elites, and many of them were conceited. If they couldn't do it, they didn't want to believe that others could. They instinctively believed in Ling Yongwei. That's right, Qin Feng. If you're innocent, then explain yourself clearly. You're clearly trying to hide something. Qin Feng, you better explain yourself clearly. Some young experts questioned Ling Yongwei in their jealousy. The crowd was raging as they tried to suppress Qin Feng. Many ambitious young experts were secretly adding fuel to the fire. The 5 Kuei tribe true disciples secretly communicated with each other through their divine senses. More and more young experts stood up under the influence of their jealousy. Kuei tribe's Fu Feng, Zhongyu, Ing Jiuzhong, and the others looked at each other with sneers in their eyes. Even if they couldn't do anything to Qin Feng, they could still make him lose face. The four Dou tribes Ma Tianjiao, Nangong Yanhua, Tang Shi, Lian, and the others watched coldly from the sidelines. Qin Feng had risen in a way that exceeded their expectations. This was like slapping their faces, saying that they didn't know how to judge a person. This made the four of them very uncomfortable. Seeing Qin Feng being suppressed, the four of them felt somewhat delighted. Qin Feng glanced at everyone. A look of disdain on his face caused the flames of anger to burn in the hearts of many young experts. This was a contempt that came from the depths of their souls. A bunch of idiots. A thunderous voice blasted into everyone's hearts. Many young experts couldn't believe their ears. Qin Feng dared to call them that. Idiots? Many young experts' breathing became hurried. Many temple masters, elders, and true disciples all looked over. Aren't you all idiots? You clearly know that this seat won't cheat, but you still followed Ling Yongwei and made a ruckus. Isn't it because you're uncomfortable and want to use this method to vent your jealousy and disappointment? Truly a motley crew, incompetent people. Qin Feng's sneer resounded through the entire Devil Refinement Tower. If I were your master, I would feel ashamed and disgraced for you all. People say that after knowing shame, one becomes brave. You people don't cultivate diligently and instead vent your anger on others. No wonder you can't achieve anything. A group taunt. One person against a group. Qin Feng's words were reasonable. Everyone felt ashamed and angry, as if he had hit their weak spot. Qin Feng's gaze fell on Ling Yongwei, who was leading the group. His eyes were filled with disdain. Qin Feng didn't hide his disdain at all. His gaze was saying, I look down on you, I look down on you. Ling Yongwei's face trembled and turned the color of pig liver. He pointed at Qin Feng, wishing he could immediately fight Qin Feng to the death. At the right moment, a violent aura surged from Qin Feng's body. He was originally a peerless devil. It was just that his nature had been greatly restrained during this time. Now that he had erupted, the sky darkened. Within his aura, there was a terrifying aura of a devil lord who wanted to slaughter the common people. Many hall masters, elders, and true disciples glanced over with serious expressions. The expressions of many young experts changed. They felt their hair stand on end as a terrifying sense of danger arose. They couldn't help but retreat. Ling Yongwei's expression became unsightly. Qin Feng's aura gave him a terrifying feeling of invincibility. Attack or not, Ling Yongwei's forehead was covered in sweat. His fingers cracked and his veins popped out. His intuition told him that if he attacked, his end would be very ugly. But if he didn't attack, he would lose all face. Above the nebula, many young experts' gazes fell on Ling Yongwei. This time, Ling Yongwei had tied a rock and smashed his own foot. However, Qin Feng's strength was still unexpected. He actually dared to choose the most violent way to break out of the situation without caring about offending so many people. This move tore off everyone's face. Many young experts had suffered such a loss. Wouldn't they look for trouble in the future? Rumble. At this moment, countless bolts of lightning lingered outside the ancient Devil Refining Tower. Everyone's gazes shifted away. Ling Yongwei immediately let out a sigh of relief. He raised his head, but his expression immediately changed. Seeing that Ling Yongwei had found a way out, Qin Feng was slightly regretful. He had wanted to find a chance to thoroughly teach this Ling Yongwei a lesson. Qin Feng also raised his head. In the next moment, his eyes flickered. On the tower door, corresponding to the second stone door, a red lantern lit up on the 26th floor. At the same time, a figure crashed into the Devil Refining Tower from the 27th floor like a cannonball. Countless lightning bolts roared like muffled thunders, and a figure walked out of them. Chapter 6:24. Countless lightning bolts circled around his body, shaking the void and forming a terrifying black hole in the void. It was as if all the light was being forcefully devoured by him. His appearance could not be seen clearly. He stood up and took a step forward. The void trembled, and a series of muffled thunder could be heard. It made people feel fear from the depths of their souls. It's Panwu, one of the 12 prodigies. He's a peerless prodigy from the ancient God-fiend clan, the Panga clan. The 27th level is indeed terrifying. Panga was originally from Moon Reflection Peak, and he's the sect master's in-name disciple. Moreover, he's extremely talented, and he's born with the Thunder God's body. What he cultivates is the famous 12 Heavens primordial thunder technique, which is among the direct descendants of the Star Sect. He's naturally extraordinary. That's right. I've heard that he's stationed at the border battlefield between Star Sect and Universe Sect in Two World Mountain. He's very famous, and many martial Dao almighties from Universe Sect have died in his hands. He's a true, peerless genius who can suppress martial Dao almighties as a martial Dao overlord. Many young people were discussing this matter. Pan Wu was very influential among the younger generation. Seeing him walk out, many youths went up to congratulate him. The Panga clan, Qin Feng was familiar with them. They were descendants of the ancient god fiend, Pangu. They were known as the god of creation and the god of strength. The god fiend bloodline was similar to the descendants of true spirits. They were born with extraordinary physiques and had far more potential than ordinary cultivators. With a little cultivation, they could obtain some of the power of their ancestors. The realm of stars was a unified state. Other than Xingqian school, there are other affiliated sects and some emperor-level clans. However, there are no primordial clans or god-fiend clans. According to Qin Feng's knowledge, the Pangu clan seemed to have declined a long time ago. Somewhere in the realm of stars, there seemed to be a Pangu village where some disciples with the Pangu bloodline lived. He's in first place. He's in first place. He's really in first place. Someone cried out in a low voice. The rankings on the crystal list changed again. Pan Wu replaced Jian Zongyuan in first place. The rankings were as follows. First, Pan Wu, 26 points. Second, Jian Zongyuan, 26 points. Third place, Qin Feng, 25 points. Fourth place, Dongfang Qingyun, 25 points. Fifth place, Gong Sun Hong, 25 points. Sixth, Gong Yangzi, 25 points. Seventh, Zhi Ming, 25 points. Eighth, Qin Yufeng Shun, 24 points. Ninth, Red Pheasant Crossbow, 24 points. 10th place, Ling Yongwei, 24 points. Many hall masters, elders, and true disciples looked at Pan Wu. This person was still a true disciple, and not an ordinary true disciple, but a true disciple of the direct line of descent. There were also two types of true inheritances, ordinary true inheritances and direct true inheritances. The direct disciples came from the Moon Reflection Peak and were the disciples of the current sect master. For example, Gong Ao, who was ranked first among the 9 great true disciples, Ji Qianxian, who was ranked 5th, and Yi Hichu, who was ranked 8th. Without a doubt, the direct disciples were more confident than the ordinary true disciples. Qin Feng looked at the rankings. At this moment, he was ranked 3rd, and it was almost certain that he would become a true disciple. However, it wasn't as if there were no variables. Wang Daoi, Yi Ding, Xin Xiu, Xing Zhou, and Qin Guang were the variables that Qin Feng deduced using the Qinquan Heavenly Phenomena Art. Qin Feng hadn't been in contact with the Qinquan Heavenly Phenomena Art for long, but he was extremely talented. In addition, he was proficient in the Tao of Yin and Yang, so he could deduce the Qinquan Heavenly Phenomena Art by analogy. He could vaguely figure out some of the general martial arts experts. However, he couldn't see through these 5 people. Qin Feng frowned. Ling Yongwei's face was pale, and he was in a daze. 10th place. He was completely eliminated. Qin Yufeng Shun, Gong Yangzi, Gong Sun Hong, Red Pheasant Crossbow, Zhi Ming, and the others calmed down. The rankings of the 12 prodigies had been decided. Their rankings were temporarily stabilized. There should only be one dark horse, like Qin Feng. Many inner disciples had already walked down from the nebula to congratulate them. The 5 true disciples of the Kuei tribe looked at each other and ignored Ling Yongwei, who was quite friendly just now. They walked straight to Dongfang Qingyun and Ji Ming. Some of them wanted to approach some of the more outstanding young experts. Although many young experts had failed to make the cut, the talents they displayed were enough to tempt many of the hall masters and elders of different factions. Some people were pleased, while others were disappointed. The winners had already been imagined. The top 9, Pan Wu, Jian Zhengyan, Qin Feng, Dongfang Qingyun, Gong Yangzi, Ji Ming, Gong Sun Hong, Chunyu Fengshin, and Red Pheasant Crossbow, became the focus of attention. Many young experts who were closer to each of them approached these 9 people. However, the final result hadn't been decided yet, so many young experts were still more restrained. After the 3 Medicine King Hall elders left, Jiang Wei and Hua Jiqing walked forward to congratulate Qin Feng. In any case, the top 3, Pan Wu, Jian Zhongyuan, and Qin Feng, had already advanced to true disciple status. Qin Feng, this old man really didn't expect you to reach this step. Elder Yin, Li looked a little embarrassed. Hua Jiqing smiled sweetly. It's fine if you don't make a sound, but you amaze everyone with a single brilliant feat. We've all misjudged you this time. Elders, you're too polite. Qin Feng said indifferently. He only bowed slightly. Xingqian School's rules were strict and clear. However, at this time, he was no longer an ordinary inner disciple. He truly had the qualifications to talk to the elders as equals. Although he didn't immediately become a true disciple, he already had the status that a true disciple should have. The 3 elders looked at each other. Ordinary inner disciples were juniors to them, but in front of true disciples, they could only talk to each other as equals. Even if their strength was far stronger than these newly advanced true disciples. Rules were rules, and they couldn't be violated. Advancing to a true disciple didn't just change one's status, but also their authority. To a certain extent, the elders might even have to curry favor with Qin Feng. Not only could true disciples come into contact with the core true disciples of the sect, but they also had access to some cultivation mystic realms, and could even open their own dojos and form their own lineage. They had a lot of authority that some elders couldn't compare to. The elders could choose some spirit peaks that were rich in spirit chi, but they definitely didn't have the authority to open their own dojos. That was the direct elders of the 4 great temples. Unless they advanced to a grand elder. Qin Feng clearly felt that many young experts were much more enthusiastic toward him. They even had respect and eagerness. Some elders even took the initiative to greet him. This was the difference in status. Even though Qin Feng didn't show any arrogance, the others automatically lowered their attitude and raised his status. It set them off. They used their humble attitude, their respectful and envious expressions to show the uniqueness of this position. This was the status that came from Xingqian School's 10,000 years of inheritance. It was like a star that became the center of everyone's attention, for countless people to look up to. Qin Feng and the others didn't show any aura, but in the eyes of countless young experts and even elders, they were overlords. The true overlords that controlled the fate of countless countries. Qin Feng had a kind of enlightenment in his heart. At this moment, Qin Feng had a further understanding of the identity of a true disciple. From this moment, Qin Feng also had a feeling that even if he just said a few words, it would cause a bloody storm. This was the power of a true disciple. This position was more important than he imagined. Chapter 625. Xingqian School claimed to have millions of students. The position of a true disciple was extremely high, but it hadn't been for many years. Every place was divided into different grades and ranks. Even true disciples had their own strengths and weaknesses. The strongest were undoubtedly the 9 true disciples. Gong Ao first, Shi Xuan second, Fu Tian third, Ing Tianqing fourth, Ji Qingxian fifth, Shun Ni sixth, Fei Wuji seventh, Yi Chu eighth, and Jialan knife. These were first-rate true inheritors, and every one of them had a great reputation. These 9 true disciples were existences that ordinary true disciples had to look up to. Yiding's adoptive father was Gong Ao, who was ranked number 1. The 5 true disciples of the Kuei tribe shuttled through the disheartened young experts and tried to rope them in. Fufeng, Lan Yun, Zhong Yu, Chu Kuanga, Ing Jiuchong. These were the 5 exceptionally outstanding direct disciples of the Star Monarch Temple. Every single one of them was a revered divine general in the Kuei tribe. Every god had at least 8,000 star soldiers under their command. This was equivalent to at least a division of soldiers. In terms of status, he was definitely not an ordinary true disciple. This was a great temptation for many of the inner disciples. However, those who came to participate in the true inheritance ceremony were all elites of the various peaks and palaces. Most of them were already taken and were not so easy to rope in. There is also a ranking under the 4 great holy temples, known as the 10 great holy temples. These 10 great holy temples were very powerful, and many of the inner sect elites present were from the 10 great holy temples. The 10 great temples also had their own organizations, and their status was not inferior to the 8 divisions. The 10 sacred halls were the Fire Remuneration Hall, Contribution Hall, and 7 Stars Hall under the Myriad Stars Temple. Pill King Hall, Firely Hall, and Alchemy Hall under the Sacred Alchemy Hall. Subordinate to the Heavenly Works Shrine, Divine Weapon Palace, Yin Shen Palace. Subordinate to Star Monarch Temple, United Front Hall, Heavenly King Hall. 8 of them belonged to the Heavenly King Hall under the Star Monarch Temple. The Heavenly King Hall had 4 Hall Masters, namely the 4 Heavenly Kings. The 10 great sacred halls each had their own specialties. For example, the Medicine King Hall was in charge of the cultivation and harvesting of All Stars College's Million Her Mountain. This was the Feishui Yamen. Another example would be the Distant Fire Hall. The Distant Fire Hall had many fire attribute martial artists, and they were in charge of multiple spiritual fires. They also had countless fire attribute spiritual mountains as their foundation. This was a paradise for fire attribute martial artists. Many hall masters and elders watched coldly as the true disciples bustled about. He couldn't keep those who should leave. She would stay and never leave. I've decided. I want to enter the Star Monarch Temple. Yang Wei, have you really made up your mind? The Star Monarch Temple is the most unique temple among the 4 great temples. Entering the Star Monarch Temple is equivalent to entering a battlefield. The 2 World Mountain Battlefield, the Savage Battlefield, and even the Western Tomb Battlefield. No matter which battlefield it is, they're all extremely cruel, especially the Savage Battlefield. Our Xingqian school has sent hundreds of thousands of martial artists to fight against the Demon Temple's endless demonic beasts and ferocious beasts. Yen Li's expression was heavy. Even a true disciple might die in there. If you go in, you will face death at any moment. Ling Yongwei glanced at Qin Feng with a stern expression. Life and death is the best way to sharpen us cultivators. Moreover, that is the only way to become a true disciple outside of the true inheritance hall. Entering the various battlefields and using contribution points to become a true disciple was also a method. However, this path was extremely difficult. The 3 elders, Yen Li, Jiang Wei, and Hua Jiqing, looked at each other and sighed. In their eyes, Ling Yongwei was the best successor to the Medicine King Hall. Qin Feng was also a nameless person who had no relationship with them and wasn't very close. Ever since he became an inner sect disciple, they hadn't even paid him a visit. Whether it was out of selfishness or some other reason, the 3 of them all hoped that Ling Yongwei would become a true disciple. Unfortunately, Ling Yongwei was still a step behind. The 3 of them wanted to help, but the position of a true disciple was something that only the entire Xingqian school could decide. The 3 of them didn't have the ability to reverse the situation. Jiang Wei said indifferently, "Yang Wei, don't worry. The 3 of us will do our best to delay him from becoming the Hall Master. As long as you return before he becomes the Hall Master, the position of Medicine King Hall's Hall Master will definitely be yours." Ling Yongwei nodded gratefully. His eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng paid attention to the changes in the ancient devil refining tower while chatting with some of the young experts who came forward to congratulate him. He got to know quite a few famous intersect disciples. Among the 12 prodigies, Yi Guangji, Chunyu Fengshen, Gong Yangzi, and Gong Sun Hong came forward to greet him. At this time, Zhong Wuxiang also came forward with a group of people. Junior brother Qin Feng, congratulations. Becoming a true disciple, your name will spread far and wide. Zhong Wuxiang said with envy. Senior brother Zhong, you're too kind. Qin Feng had a deep impression of Kong Jinfeng's words. Zhong Wuxiang was also an influential figure among the intersect disciples. He was also one of Shi Xian's capable subordinates. Behind Zhong Wuxiang was a group of sect disciples. Qin Feng was familiar with quite a few of them: Jiang Chao, Rin Xiaoyao, Chao Zhan, and Enchantment. In addition, the top-ranked intersect disciples were Yuan Chuxing, Xiaoyu, Mo Zishi, Yin Shui, and the others. Among them, Xiaoyu, Mo Zishi, and Yuan Chuxing were the ones who presided over the preliminary and semi-finals of the All-Star Martial Assembly. Qin Feng had a deep impression of them. These people used to be high and mighty, giving guidance to All-Stars college students like Qin Feng. Now, the group of people looked at him with restraint, respect, and reverence. The group of people had a complicated expression. In the earthly secret realm, Qin Feng's performance could be considered amazing, but he was only on the same level as them. However, he was now a true disciple. He was ranked top 3 in the Hall of True Disciples. Zero and the others couldn't even be jealous of him. Qin Feng also saw Dong Hao, Huolei, Yin Ge, Qi Xia, and the others behind him. Dong Hao, Huolei, and Yin Ge had a fierce conflict with him in the earthly secret realm. Qin Feng had once regarded them as great enemies. Now that he saw them again, especially when he saw the uneasiness and apprehension in their eyes, Qin Feng didn't know why, but he didn't have the strong desire to kill them like he did at that time. Different statuses meant different states of mind. An elephant didn't need to care about grudges with ants. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't look like he wanted to settle the score, Dong Hao, Huolei, Yin Ge, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. If possible, they didn't want to become enemies with a true disciple, even if they had some background. After chatting for a while, Zhong Wuxiang suddenly changed the topic and looked at Qin Feng eagerly. Junior brother Qin Feng, what do you think of the Star Monarch Temple's 8 divisions Do Division? Do Division. After pondering for a while, Qin Feng glanced at Zhong Wuxiang. He roughly understood Zhong Wuxiang's thoughts. The Do Division, I've heard of it before. It seems to be stationed somewhere in the wasteland battlefield. It's powerful, and with the strength of one division, it blocked the wasteland demon temple. One of the 12 strongest clans, the Golden Heavenly Lion Clan, led the Demon Beast Alliance. It's famous in the Heavenly Lion battlefield. Qin Feng's answer was remarkable. However, Zhong Wuxiang wasn't satisfied. Chapter 6:26. Qin Feng was filled with hostility towards Gong Ao, and he didn't have a good impression of Shi Xian. As the saying goes, be courteous to the wise and humble to the wise. If people treat me like a national scholar, I'll treat them like a national scholar. Shi Xian was indifferent to him from the beginning and placed his bets on other people. Shi Xian was arrogant, and even his subordinates were arrogant. Qin Feng shook his head and responded coldly. Seeing Qin Feng's expression, Zhong Wuxiang was startled at first, then he smiled bitterly. This time, everyone in Shi Xian group placed their bets on other people, and they really didn't pay attention to Qin Feng. Even now, that group of people was still hesitating. How could they feel sincerity? Not to mention Qin Feng. Even Zhong Wuxiang himself was a little embarrassed. Qin Feng. At this moment, a pleasant voice sounded. Qin Feng's expression changed, and a silver-haired girl with an impressive figure walked over slowly. Her slender body was shrouded in a layer of hazy silver light, and her hair fluttered in the wind. Her beautiful face couldn't be seen clearly, and her black gem-like eyes were very lively. There was a kind of spiritual and holy light shining. Many young experts' eyes fell on the silver-haired girl. She was tall and graceful, especially that snow-white butt and silver hair. Her beauty couldn't be concealed, and they couldn't help but be attracted by her unique temperament like the goddess of Silver Moon. Yuji. Qin Feng was a little embarrassed. Senior sister Yuji. Qin Feng laughed dryly. The girl's bright red phoenix eyes looked coldly at Qin Feng. Junior brother Qin Feng seems to be very afraid of senior sister. The last time they met in Sea Spirit World, Qin Feng ran away without saying a word. This made the silver-haired girl feel that Qin Feng was a little guilty. Of course not. Qin Feng's heart jumped, and his expression was serious. It's just that the last All-Star Assembly martial arts, don't say it. The silver-haired girl glared at Qin Feng. Qin Feng laughed. When she recalled the love stories that Qin Feng had instilled into her mind during the All-Star meeting the last time, the silver-haired young woman's slender red phoenix eyes were unable to conceal her embarrassment and rage. At the side, some young experts were in a daze. Hearing the meaning in Qin Feng and Yuji's words, could it be that these two people still had some story? Two of the true inheritors who had been paying attention to this matter showed unsightly expressions. One of them was wearing a red robe, and his eyebrows were like flowing fire. The other was handsome and elegant, like the bright moon and the stars. The first was the true disciple of the Do sect, Li Yin, who was known as the Flame God. The other was the sect master of the moon-reflecting peak, true monarch Zi Wu, Long Junyan. These two people were the two with the highest statuses among Yuji's many admirers and pursuers. The two of them had always viewed Yuji as their exclusive property. Yuji's identity was extraordinary. Not only did she possess the rare great Yin divine physique, she was also the eldest princess of the Silver Moon clan. There were many legends of the Silver Moon clan, especially the Silver Moon Blessing Ceremony, which made many martial arts experts envious. Taking a step back, the great Yin divine physique contained extremely abundant pure Yin true essence. If one could dual cultivate with a woman who possessed the great Yin divine physique, then one's strength would definitely improve. A trace of coldness flashed past their eyes. Their figures flashed, and the two of them appeared at the bottom of the ancient devil refining tower at almost the same time. Junior sister Yuji. Seeing the two of them appear, Zhong Wu Xiang, Xiaoyu, Dong Hao, Yinggu, and the others hurriedly bowed. The group of people had indescribable expressions. The matter of the two of them pursuing Yuji was obviously widely known. The two in front of them were the last generation's true inheritors. No matter if it was Li Yin or Long Junyan, they were existences that they had to look up to. Li Yin was born in the Winged Fire Peak, and was the direct disciple of the Winged Fire Peak's first seat. The direct disciple of the 28 Peaks' first seat. Such a direct disciple undoubtedly had a higher status than ordinary direct disciples. Long Junyan's background was even greater. The Moon Reflection Peak was the sect master's peak. This was the sect master's direct disciple. Seeing the sudden appearance of Long Junyan and Li Yin, Yuji frowned, and her expression returned to normal. Greetings, senior brother Li and Long. Li Yin had a smile on his face. Junior sister is too courteous. What kind of relationship do we have? There's no need to be so courteous. After speaking, he glanced at Long Junyan and then at Qin Feng. Traces of sharp and fiery light were emitted from his eyes. Martial Tao, Almighty, feeling the extremely hot energy in the depths of his true soul, Qin Feng silently transformed his true soul into the yin-yang void and swallowed it, refining it. Li Yin was slightly shocked. Silently refining a wisp of his true soul law was no small matter. With a grave expression, he looked at Qin Feng and said with a fake smile, Junior brother is so capable. Senior brother Li, you flatter me. Qin Feng said indifferently. Anger flashed across Li Yin's face, and he snorted. Junior brother Qin Feng doesn't seem to have an ordinary relationship with junior sister Yuji. Long Junyan spoke at this moment. Qin Feng frowned and looked up. Long Junyan's eyes were extremely deep, like the tides of a cold lake. Wave after wave, there was no end to it. A copious amount of energy was being nurtured, as if it could easily shatter heaven and earth. A peak Martial Tao Almighty, and an ice-type Martial Tao Almighty who cultivated the law of ice. They didn't seem to have good intentions. Qin Feng's heart sank. He was extremely sensitive, and after glancing at the attitude of the two of them toward Yu Ji, he immediately understood the whole story. It's not ordinary. It's just that the two of us happen to have some understanding of the Tao of alchemy and occasionally exchange ideas with each other. Qin Feng didn't even blink when he lied. Yu Ji glanced at Qin Feng. She didn't expose him. Is that so? Long Junyin's eyes had a trace of deep meaning. After a while, he said intentionally or unintentionally, Junior brother participated in the legacy ceremony. This time, you're almost certain to become a legacy disciple. However, becoming a legacy disciple is just the beginning. There are 28 peaks and 4 great temples in Xingqian School. There are many legacy disciples, but not every legacy disciple is awe-inspiring. Even true disciples are divided into different grades and ranks. His tone was rather arrogant. At the side, Li Yan's eyes flickered as he stared at Qin Feng. Senior brother Long is right. Not every legacy disciple can achieve something. Since ancient times, many inner disciples of Xingqian School have become legacy disciples. Some inner disciples easily get carried away after becoming legacy disciples and vainly try to obtain something they shouldn't have. In the end, they usually pay a heavy price. Hearing Li Yan and Long Junyan, Zhong Wuxiang and the others' expressions changed. They looked at Qin Feng with a dignified expression. The meaning of the two legacy disciples' words was already very clear. Warning, pressure test. There was also a hint of warning. Some of the young experts were gloating at the misfortune of others. Li Yan and Long Junyan weren't simple. Both of them had great backgrounds. Li Yan had Shi Xian, the second-ranked legacy disciple, behind him. Long Junyan had the entire faction of Yingwei Peak's sect master behind him. If things went wrong, Qin Feng would probably suffer an unexpected heavy blow. Qin Feng said unhurriedly, "The two of you worry too much. Mediocre people are mediocre because they have ambitions that don't match their talents." Qin Feng sneered. His eyes were like cold lightning as they scanned the crowd. Finally, his gaze landed on Long Junyan and Li Yan. "However, I'm not mediocre." After speaking, Qin Feng didn't wait for the two of them to speak and continued. "I, Qin Feng, have a principle. If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. If others offend me, I'll pay them back 100 times. A sliver of gloominess flashed across Li Yan and Long Junyan's faces when they heard this. This was no different from a declaration of war. If you want to fight, I'll fight. If you dare to make an enemy of me, I'll pay you back 100 times. In the surroundings, Dong Hao, Huolei, Zhong Wuxiang, Xiaoyu, and even some of the legacy disciples had strange expressions. This answer was unexpectedly tough. Not giving an inch. Not giving an inch. Chapter 6:27. What a big tone. You dare to talk big in front of a true disciple before becoming a true disciple. If you really become a true disciple, you will dare to challenge the headmaster. A handsome young man wearing a star crown and feather robe suddenly appeared on the scene. His tone was quite unfriendly, with a hint of sternness. Senior brother Yu. Seeing this person, Li Yan and Long Junyan's expressions changed, and they quickly bowed. Zhong Wuxiang, Dong Hao, Huolei, Qi Xia, and the others had a serious expression as they stepped aside and bowed. Yu Huatian of the moon, reflecting peaks, 5 directions, monarch. Supreme Almighty. This was a Supreme Almighty. The moment he opened his mouth, he labeled Qin Feng as a lawless person who didn't know how to respect his superiors. There was a cold smile between his brows as his gaze landed on Qin Feng. What? You don't want to listen to me teach you a lesson? Qin Feng's expression changed. A trace of sternness flashed in his eyes. Although he was furious, Qin Feng really had no way to refute. The other party was a true disciple. As long as a true disciple didn't go too far, no one would pursue the matter. However, an inner disciple contradicting a true disciple was unacceptable. This was disgraceful. The heavenly rules were strict, and each level of the Xingqian school was strict. If there was a violation, a true disciple had the right to take action and even punish the inner disciple. Although Qin Feng had killed the Devil King, who was at the supreme power level. However, he didn't really think that he had the ability to suppress Yu Huatian. Gotcha! Qin Feng clenched his fist. Qin Feng tried to suppress the anger in his heart. Hall Master, should we step in? Greenwood Elder Su Changqing was a bit anxious. He was the one who raised Qin Feng. Originally, when he saw that Qin Feng was about to become a true disciple, he was happy from the bottom of his heart. However, he didn't understand why Qin Feng would offend the Five Directions monarch, Yu Huatian. Even he didn't dare to offend Yu Huatian. Before the Hall Master of the Medicine King Hall could speak, Jiang Wei's gaze was indifferent. Junior Brother Su, you're too nervous. It's not good for young people to be too arrogant. As the saying goes, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. Only after suffering a loss will the water chestnuts be smoothed out and know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yin Li's eyes flashed. That's right, this is good for these young people. Geniuses nowadays need some setbacks. Elder Su's face flushed red. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. Martial artists focused on advancing bravely. If one's luck was thwarted, not only would there be many obstacles such as inner demons, they might even die. Elder Su had the heart to argue with reason, but these three people were the Medicine King Hall's elders with real power. He had the heart, but was powerless. Don't fall for it. I must endure it, and I can't give him the chance to make a move. Once I break through to the rebirth realm and split the heavens and the earth apart, I'll surely be able to find this person to wash away my humiliation. At the side, Yin Li, Jiang Wei, and Hua Jiqing watched this scene coldly and did not step forward to stop it. At this moment, Qin Feng's heart was a little cold. Yu Huatian, the more you live, the more you're regressing. As a supreme powerhouse of Xingqian school, the perfected Lord of Five Directions, you actually went to suppress a newly promoted junior brother. Your 200 years of cultivation were all for naught. With a trace of wildness, a gust of wind was born from the void, and a figure appeared out of thin air. Dressed in green, with wild hair and a long saber on his back, he was like a god born from countless wild winds, domineering and insufferably arrogant. His domineering eyes sneered at Yu Huatian, full of disdain. Luo Zhang. Yu Huatian's face darkened. It's the perfected lord of wind and thunder, Luo Zhang. Someone exclaimed. It's actually him. He and Zhang Junbao, the perfected lord of Taiqing, are known as the two lords of Taiqing Palace. He is one of the two deputy palace masters of Taiqing Palace and is also one of the two perfected lords under Palace Master Ji Qingshuan's command. Taiqing Palace oversees a large grotto heaven. Although its status may not be as special as the 10 great divine palaces, it is still extraordinary. These two usually accompany the palace master of Taiqing Palace for a long time. They should have nothing to do with Qin Feng. Why would they stand up for him? Luo Zhang, are you going to make an enemy of me for a nobody who hasn't become a successor disciple yet? Yu Huatian, the perfected Lord of Five Directions, suddenly had a chill in his eyes. Yu Huatian, don't be long-winded. You know my temper very well. In short, this Qin Feng is someone we want to protect. You can't humiliate him. Luo Zhang crossed his arms, looked at Qin Feng, and nodded slightly. How about it? Do you want to fight? Or do you want to use your senior brothers to suppress me? In terms of background, although I'm not from Yinghua Peak where the sect master is, the senior brothers of Demu Peak are not pushovers. Luo Zhang sneered. Yu Huatian's face was gloomy to the extreme. Li Yin and Long Junyan's faces were also somewhat unsightly. Luo Zhang was a scoundrel, but his talent was extraordinary and his strength was outstanding. Among the many successor disciples, he was one of the best. In terms of strength, among the many successor disciples of Yinghua Peak, perhaps only the third supreme of Yinghua Peak had the ability to suppress him. Yu Huatian, the perfected Lord of Five Directions, was also very strong. However, in a real life and death battle, he might not be able to win. Perhaps it would be a situation where both sides would suffer. Many inner disciples were silent for a moment. Many people looked at Qin Feng and sighed. Qin Feng's luck is too good. Only a small number of successor disciples were thoughtful. A 15-year-old 4th-grade alchemist, a successor disciple. It must be Ji Qingshuan's hand behind this. Luo Zheng has always been a brute. He definitely won't stand up for Qin Feng for no reason. Qin Feng indeed has great potential. If we can gain his friendship, we might as well gain the friendship of a 7th-grade alchemist grandmaster or even a hall master of Medicine King Hall. Many successor disciples' eyes flickered as they cursed inwardly. Luo Zheng glanced at the gloomy Yu Huatian and walked to Qin Feng in a few steps. Little brother, you did well. I like your temperament. You clearly distinguish kindness and hatred and are not afraid of others' words. Thank you, senior brother Luo. Qin Feng bowed slightly and glanced indifferently at Yu Huatian. If there was a chance, he would repay today's humiliation 100-fold. There was also Yin Li, Jiang Wei, and Hua Jiqing. As the elders of Medicine King Hall, these 3 old fogies watched him fall into trouble without doing anything. How hateful! Luo Zheng grinned. Don't thank me. You should thank senior sister Ji. If it weren't for her order, I wouldn't risk offending Yu Huatian to help you out. Qin Feng nodded. Yu Huatian's face was frighteningly sinister as he stared at Luo Zheng and Qin Feng. Coldness surged in his eyes. At this moment, there was a sudden movement from the Demon Refinement Tower. Everyone turned around and saw 2 or 3 streaks of light shooting out of the ancient Devil Refinement Tower in a few breaths' time. Yi Ding, Xingzhou, Chen Guang. At this moment, the weather on the crystal list changed. 3 streams of light rushed up the list instantly. Everyone hurriedly looked at the crystal list. First place, Pan Wu, 26 points. Second place, Jian Zongyuan, 26 points. Third place, Qin Feng, 25 points. Fourth place, Yi Ding, 25 points. Fifth place, Xingzhou, 25 points. Sixth place, Dongfang Qingyun, 25 points. Seventh place, Gongsun Hong, 25 points. Eighth place, Gong Yangzi, 25 points. Ninth place, Chen Guang, 25 points. 10th place, Ji Ming, 25 points. 11th place, Chunyu Fengshen, 24 points. 12th place, Bareheaded Crossbow, 24 points. Chapter 628. The atmosphere on the crystal list changed, but the young experts below the stage opened their mouths wide. What? 3 changes in a row? How is this possible? All 3 of them are on the crystal list? Lian muttered to himself in a daze. This is unbelievable. This is like a dream. Dark horses, and so many of them at once. Demonic geniuses. This is too scary. I thought there was only one Qin Feng at the Sea of Reincarnation Realm, but now there are 3 of them at once. Many young experts looked at each other in shock. In the blink of an eye, Ji Yao, who was originally ranked at the top, was pushed down to the 9th place. Qin Feng's expression was heavy. Yi Ding's growth was beyond his imagination. 4th place. This was second only to him, Qin Feng, an immemorial martial emperor. He was able to become an emperor in the future. It seems like he has extraordinary luck. Qin Feng's gaze landed on Xingzhou, who was ranked 5th, and Chen Guang, who was ranked 9th. These 2 were also at the Sea of Reincarnation Realm, but he had never heard of them before. Not only Qin Feng, many people's gazes landed on the 2 of them. Whether it was Qin Feng or Yi Ding, there were rumors about them in Xingchen School. However, they had never heard of these 2. The 2 young men, one in black and the other in white, were like 2 calm statues. They were neither worried nor happy about the rankings on the crystal list. Who are these 2 people? Could it be that there are some reincarnated experts in the sect? I don't think so. Before the reincarnated experts in the sect matured, they would cultivate in seclusion in various halls. They don't need to participate in the Hall of Succession. As long as they awaken their memories, they can regain everything, including cultivation, status, and treasure from their previous lives. Many inner sect disciples asked their teachers, but even many of the elders were confused. Only Long Junyan, Lien, and some other direct disciples were deep in thought. Suddenly, Luo Zheng laughed. They must be disciples from Xingqian School's Grotto Heaven. Xingqian School, Zhong Wuxiang, Dong Hao, Huolei, Yingge, Qixia, and the other inner disciples looked at each other. Many sect elders couldn't help but nod in agreement. Qin Feng was confused. Native land? Where's this native land? Luo Zheng glanced at Qin Feng, blinked his eyes, and said after a moment of realization, Qin Feng, I heard that you were a cultivation maniac, but I didn't expect that you don't know much about the Star Land. Speaking of which, the mainland of Xingqian School is not in the core 99 domains, but in the mountains and rivers of the realm of stars. Perhaps you don't know that our Xingqian School is rooted in the realm of stars and has already merged with the mountains and rivers of the realm of stars. Qin Feng was not a country bumpkin. Hearing Luo Zheng's words, Qin Feng instantly understood. You're saying that our Xingqian School is in a grotto heaven hidden in the endless void? Luo Zheng looked at Qin Feng in surprise, nodded, then shook his head and laughed. You're right, but you're also wrong. However, you're about to become a true disciple. Soon, you'll be summoned to the Xingqian School's headquarters and enter the Ancestral Hall. Soon, you'll understand everything. Qin Feng's eyes flashed. Above the void, the 5 experts were looking at Xing Zhou and Chen Guang. Suddenly, Jiang Bei Cho said, This Xing Zhou and Chen Guang did not disappoint us. Although the Star Land is not as good as the 99 continents in the Spirit Sea, as long as we train them well, we might be able to cultivate some outstanding disciples. Heavenly King of Purple Thunder shook his head. Xing Zhou is known as the King of Darkness on the Starland. Chen Guang is a peerless genius born from absorbing the righteous qi of heaven and earth. He's known as the Khanate Saint. The two of them went through many rounds of competitions. With the countless resources of our Xingqian School, it's not surprising that he's one of the 9 true disciples. Ji Qingxian said, Although the Star Land has been refined by countless experts of our sect and has great potential, it's still not a place favored by fate. This is because the foundation is naturally weak. However, this successor ceremony is really full of monsters. You see, other than Qin Feng and Yi Ding, that Wang Daoyi and Xinxiu have already entered the 27th level. The 5 of them stared at 2 of the stone doors without blinking. The 2 of them had already passed the 26th level and were heading towards the 27th level. Countless heavenly beasts surged in true monarch, refining demon's eyes. After a while, he sighed heavily. That Wang Daoyi is amazing. I'm afraid he's the reincarnation of an ancient supreme. What? An ancient supreme? The remaining 4 people's expressions changed. An ancient supreme was the person closest to the position of a demon god. That's right, and he's no ordinary primordial sovereign. From what I can see, his soul is like a ball of extremely resplendent transmigration law. Even my ancient devil refining tower feels a sense of dread from that dense power of law. Ji Qingxian, Heavenly King of Purple Thunder, Jiang Bichu, Shi Xian, and the others looked at each other and gasped. The ancient tower of fiend refinement was an inheritance true treasure of the heavenly beast hall that had been passed down for 10,000 years. It had already given birth to a true original spirit and could be considered a living supreme. If even such an existence felt fear, one could imagine how terrifying Wang Daoyi was. Venerable Tian Xing told me that this existence will completely awaken in, at most, 100 years. At that time, he will become the reincarnation demon god. Venerable Tian Xing was the original spirit of the ancient tower of fiend refinement. The 4 sages felt a little dizzy. There's such a terrifying existence in our sect. This, Ji Qingxian suddenly said. Then, do our sect masters and grand elders already know of this person's existence? Perfected cultivator fiend Refinement chuckled and nodded. Just now, I have communicated with Senior Brother Sect Leader. They have long known of this person's existence. Everyone, please do not leak this matter to avoid unnecessary complications. As you all know, our Xingqian school is in a critical situation now. The Demon Temple, the Qinquan sect, and the Bustling sect are showing signs of forming an alliance. In addition, the Sea Tribe is provoking us. If an expert can become a demon god, the effect will be immeasurable. The four sages nodded and looked solemn. After a while, Heavenly King of Purple Thunder changed the topic. However, this Shenxiu, perfected cultivator fiend refinement, said softly. Shenxiu is a key figure. He's the reincarnation of a mysterious existence in the Pure Land Zen sect. This person is related to the alliance between our Xingqian school and the Pure Land Zen sect. He's the key figure of the two sects and the revitalization of the Pure Land Zen sect. This person also has the potential to become a demon god. Now that there are so many geniuses in our sect, it's a great era. Heavenly King of Purple Thunder exclaimed. Shi Xian's eyes flickered as he said, Indeed, not only does our Xingqian school have a rare genius, but the other sects also have many geniuses. Some geniuses are even not weaker than Wang Daoi and Shenxiu. With the undercurrents of the 72 sects, our Xingqian school is under great pressure. The emergence of geniuses was a sign of a great era. Boom! At this moment, perfected cultivator fiend refinement's expression changed. He made a hand gesture, and two figures flew out of the 27th level like tornadoes. Chapter 629. Two figures landed at the bottom of the ancient tower. One was a ray of divine light. The other was a ray of merciful golden light. The other was a 6 paths Dharma wheel with endless divine light. The other was surrounded by a golden Buddha light, as though a Buddha had descended. Many of the young experts present, as well as the various hall masters and elders of the various peaks, hurriedly shifted their gazes to the crystal list. At this moment, the crystal board changed again. First, Pan Wu, 26 points. Second, Wang Daoi, 26 points. Third, Jianzong Yuan, 26 points. Fourth, Shen Xiu, 26 points. Fifth, Qin Feng, 25 points. Sixth, Yiding, 25 points. Seventh, Xing Zhou, 25 points. Eighth, Dongfang Qin Yun, 25 points. Ninth, Gong Sun Hong, 25 points. 10th, Gong Yangzi, 25 points. 11th, Chen Guang, 25 points. They are actually ranked 2nd and 4th. How terrifying. It's over. Gong Yangzi is also finished. He is actually ranked 10th. What an unexpected drop. But who are those people behind? Why haven't I heard of them before? Killing a Martial Dao Almighty at the Sea Reincarnation Realm. Such a monster shouldn't be unknown. You don't know this. Most of them are smart people. No one is a fool. Before they grow up, they won't swagger around the city. That's true. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Now that they have become true disciples, they have the initial ability to protect themselves. That's why they are so amazing. Amidst the discussions, some people looked at the 9 young people who were about to become true disciples. All kinds of feelings welled up in their hearts. There were those who were disappointed, those who were jealous, and those who were envious. So many monsters have appeared this time. Qi Yan, who was originally a little worried, was relieved. There was also some bitterness. Taishu Fengyin, Yi Guangji, Yang Changsheng, Gong Yangzi, Ji Yao, and the others were not far away. As the 5 true disciples were brought out of the ancient tower one by one, this session of the Hall of True Disciples also came to an end. 5 rays of light gradually descended from the depths of the void. Everyone couldn't help but lower their voices and bow. Above the nebula, all the hall masters and peak elders descended to show their respect. The disciples ranked in the top 9 will take a step forward. The disciples ranked below the 10th will automatically take a step back. A faint voice sounded. Qin Feng's figure moved, and his gaze swept over. Pan Wu was the first to stand out. Wang Daoi smiled, and appeared beside Pan Wu. Like a peerless divine sword, the white-clothed sword Zhong Yuan appeared indifferently. Xinxiu was handsome and elegant. He was dressed in golden robes that resembled a kasaya, but weren't. His silk battle robes weren't battle robes either. He appeared with a fist full of red sandalwood Buddhist beads. The next moment, a black shadow flashed. Qin Feng, dressed in black and with shoulder-length black hair, stepped out and appeared beside Xinxiu. Behind him, Yi Ding let out a cold snort and appeared alongside Xing Zhou, Dongfang Qingyun, and Gong Sun Hong. The 9 of them had special auras, and they suddenly became the center of attention of the entire ancient Devil Refinement Tower. They were like dazzling pearls, dazzling everyone's eyes. Very good. The 9 of you did not disappoint the 5 of us. A faint voice came from the void. You're too kind, perfected Lord. The reason why we're able to have such a performance is because the sect has groomed us with all its resources. Pan Wu, who was the leader, cupped his hands. He was a tall and handsome young man. His body was bronze in color, and his pitch-black hair hung down like a demonic dragon. He had a wild aura. Perfected Lord Refining Demon's eyes flashed with a smile. He glanced at the 9 of them and all the youths present. There's no need to be humble. The fact that the 9 of you are able to stand here among hundreds of thousands of martial artists shows that you're outstanding and hardworking. The true disciples of Xingqian School have always been chosen based on merit. You've defeated all your fellow disciples here, and you deserve this honor. His gaze fell on the disappointed youths of the inner sect. The remaining disciples don't need to be disappointed. The fact that you're able to come here shows that you're the best of the best, the best of the best. Martial artists like us don't always have a smooth journey. We should face all difficulties and crush all obstacles. Only by being indomitable and unyielding can we be worthy of being martial artists. When the disciples heard this, they brushed away their disappointment and said respectfully, "We'll remember perfected Lord's teachings. We won't let the sect down." Good. You're worthy of being martial artists. Perfected Lord Refining Demon's gaze fell on the hall masters, peak elders, and core disciples. Everyone, thank you for attending this year's legacy ceremony. At this moment, I'll take my leave first and bring my disciples to deliver the decree to the sect master and the peak masters. We don't dare. You're too courteous. The hall masters and elders quickly returned a greeting. Behind them, many disciples were envious. However, there were still many who were disappointed. The most disappointed ones were Qin Yufeng Shun, Gong Yangzi, Yi Guangji, Ling Weiyang, Qi Yinnu, Taishu Fengyin, Zhi Yao, Yang Changsheng, and the others. They were also the 12 prodigies, but the other 4 advanced while they were eliminated. This gap made it difficult for them to calm down, especially when there were 5C reincarnation realm martial artists who advanced this time. There were also many martial artists who were unconvinced. During the trial in the Ancient Fiend Refining Tower, they had not used a part of their strength. For example, the power of the heavenly abode. The strongest power of the martial artists was the power of the heavenly abode. After entering the Ancient Fiend Refining Tower, their heavenly abode was in a sealed state and could not be used at all. Among them, there was Zhi Yao. Ever since he was pushed down from 9th place, Zhi Yao's face had been gloomy. In Zhi Yao's opinion, if he could use his heavenly abode, he would be able to suppress several C reincarnation realm martial artists with a single strike. The sect is too unfair. He gritted his teeth, his heart filled with resentment. In the void, the 5 sages attacked at the same time, and their martial Dao light restrained Qin Feng and the others. Don't resist. They instinctively wanted to break free, but a clear and pleasant voice sounded in their ears. Then, a stream of light rushed into the depths of the Ancient Fiend Refining Tower. The void was torn apart, and countless streams of light flew out. In the blink of an eye, the 9 of them felt that they had suddenly appeared in darkness. After an unknown amount of time, rumble. In an instant, it was as if a layer of heavy clouds had been smashed apart, and the 9 of them saw a grand scene that made their hearts tremble. A huge tree appeared in front of them. It was a huge silver ancient tree. Its branches and leaves covered the sky, and it towered into the endless depths. It took root in the darkest part of the void, resisting the corrosion of the endless void and chaos. Its roots were connected to the boundless silver starry sky, and the starlight gathered, emitting a boundless silver color. What a huge ancient tree! There's actually such a huge ancient tree in the depths of the endless void. Could it be the legendary star ancient tree, a star god's spiritual root? Beside him, a young man with an immeasurable aura, who was like an emperor, could not help but exclaim in amazement. It's not an ancient tree. Qin Feng could tell at a glance that this was not a real spiritual root. Dongfang Qin Yun. Gong Sun Hong, you're wrong. This is not some spiritual root ancient tree, but the star kingdom of our Xingqian school. What? This tree is where our Xingqian school is located? Chapter 630. This is a grotto heaven that has expanded to the extreme. It's about to become a nation. There was a hint of amazement and disbelief in his eyes. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. A martial Dao powerhouse had opened up an inner world. According to the level of the inner world or its perfected power, it was divided into new grotto heavens, small grotto heavens, medium grotto heavens, and large grotto heavens. Above, that was the Godfiend nation, or the Pure Land. The Godfiend nation already had a portion of the power of the true main world. It could nurture living beings and protect disciples and subordinates. Some Godfiend nations even had some heaven-defying abilities. For example, they could allow their followers to live forever with the nation and help Zhu Sui escape the 5 decay of heaven, and Man Qin Feng felt that the tree-shaped grotto heaven in front of him already had a portion of the Godfiend nation's power. It was similar to the endless abyss at its peak. At its peak, the endless abyss had countless dimensional planes with the chaotic mainland as its center. It almost radiated tens of thousands of miles of the endless void. The group flew in the endless void as if they were traveling in the endless void. Qin Feng looked up at the giant tree above him. Although the tree was right in front of him, they always felt that they could not get close to it. The power of the grotto heaven. Qin Feng could vaguely sense a tidal wave of void power from the tree-shaped grotto heaven in the endless void. Anyone who approached would be pushed into the endless depths by this tidal wave of grotto heaven power. Cultivating here was several times better than cultivating outside. Especially comprehending the power of the void, there were many benefits. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. He could not help but close his eyes as he flew in the wind. The silver flying boat carried the group and flew in the depths of the endless void. It shone with a silver light that illuminated the night in the endless void and dispelled the void storms that were everywhere around them. It was as if they were flying above a void ocean. At that moment, Jian Zongyuan spoke. There seems to be a lot of fruits on the tree. Xing Zhou looked up. What's that? Everyone on the flying boat, including Qin Feng, looked up. They saw many silver fruits hanging on the huge silver ancient tree. The fruits were numerous and emitted a silver light. Each and every one of them was sparkling like a star. What was strange was that these fruits were also doing their best to absorb the chaotic energy in the endless void, causing a layer of gray to appear amidst the silver, like strange patterns. It was a marvelous sight. If he hadn't been paying attention, he wouldn't have even noticed it. These fruits came in 2 colors, silver and silver gray. The former was bright, while the latter was more obscure. Dongfang Qingyun furrowed his brows and looked puzzled. Could this really be a divine grade spiritual root? The perfected monarch refining demon was sitting cross-legged on the deck of the small boat with his eyes closed. He was like a ball of silver light that could never be seen clearly. Hearing this, he opened his eyes and smiled. Jiang Beiqiu, Purple Thunder Heavenly King, Shi Xian, and Ji Qing Xian looked at each other and shook their heads. Are these grotto heavens? Qin Feng muttered to himself. Hearing this, Pan Wu, Jian Zengyan, Dongfang Qingyun, and the others turned to look at Qin Feng. These fruits are all grotto heavens. Dongfang Qingyun's eyes were filled with doubt. On the other hand, perfected monarch refining demon, Ji Qingxian, Jiang Beiqiu, and the other four experts were surprised. Using the grotto heavens of many disciples, it evolved into an ancient star tree. The two are subordinates of each other, mutually benefiting each other. The small grotto heavens use the power of the ancient tree world to condense the grotto heavens, while the ancient tree world used the small grotto heavens as its branches and leaves to condense its own world. This is equivalent to gathering the power of all the disciples to refine the ancient tree world. No wonder the power of the ancient tree world is so strong. He was amazed. At this moment, the perfected monarch refining demon, who was at the bow of the small boat, made a hand seal, and a bright starlight swept over from the ancient star tree. Everyone's expression changed. In the next moment, they realized that the bright starlight was a strange starlight that looked like a tree branch. The perfected monarch refining demon smiled and controlled the small boat to disappear into the starlight. The world spun, and even their five senses were blurred. The 9 young men endured the discomfort. After a while, the starlight in front of them brightened up, and they seemed to have walked out of the narrow alley. They seemed to have squeezed into another world. A beautiful land and mountains appeared in front of them. There was a vast sea of clouds, mountains, and rivers. There were groups of majestic mountains, ancient trees, and ferocious birds in the sky dominated the world. When they turned their eyes, the first thing that appeared in the picturesque world in the distance was Zhou Mountain that supported the world. The magnificent Zhou Mountain, the majestic heaven and earth pass. They could vaguely see that there were countless palaces and buildings on the huge Zhou Mountain. The 9 people were shocked. Where is this? This is the Starland, and also the foundation of our Xingqian school. Jiang Bichu chuckled and looked at Zhou Mountain that supported the sky with pride. Near Zhou Mountain, countless starlights came and went. Auspicious clouds and cranes shuttled back and forth like shooting stars. The 9 people turned their eyes and saw that they were disciples with powerful auras. At this moment, streams of light flew down from the palaces of Zhou Mountain in the 9 heavens. They turned into dozens of handsome men and beautiful women with fluttering feather robes and star crowns on their heads. They tidied up their clothes and walked toward perfected monarch refining demon. Ji Qingxian and the other 4 were even stronger. They looked solemn and respectful. Disciple Lang Ping welcomes you, supremacies, sect masters, and peak masters. We have been waiting for you in the Dao Seeking Hall for a long time. Perfected monarch refining demon said. So, it's Marshal Nephew Lang Ping. Please lead the way. Lang Ping is just an inner disciple, but he seems to have a high status. Qin Feng looked at the silver-robed and amiable young man. Xingqian school had strict rules. Ordinary servant disciples wore the starlight robe. Outer disciples wore the 7 luminaries robe. Inner disciples wore the sun, moon, and stars robe. As for true disciples, they all wore star god magic robes. These robes were clearly separated. It was obvious that the Starland of Xingqian school had a strict hierarchy. Although there were slight differences according to the customs of each hall and peak, the general principle was the same. Lang Ping was wearing the sun, moon, and stars robe. He was obviously a favored inner disciple of Moon Reflection Peak. A group of curious young men and women stood beside Lang Ping. They looked at Qin Feng and the other 8 people. After a while, the 9 people appeared outside a grand hall. The 5 of them entered first. After waiting for a while, a disciple stepped forward and said, "Senior brothers, please follow me." The 9 of them looked solemn. They glanced at the hall and then stepped into it. As soon as they entered the hall, the 9 people's expressions changed. They felt many gazes on them. The Star Venerable, the current sect master, was in the middle of the hall. Apart from some of the other 28 peak masters who were in seclusion, the rest were all seated. Everyone's eyes fell on the 9 youths who walked in from outside the hall. Chapter 631. Sect Master, Senior Brothers, these 9 are the inner disciples who stood out this time. True Monarch, Refining Demon, cupped his hands. Previously, I was ordered by the Sect Master to set up the trial in the ancient tower of Refining Demon and promote the direct disciples. Today, the successor ceremony has ended successfully. I, young Wan Li, will submit the order to the Sect Master. The Star Venerable nodded and smiled. Good. Junior Brother Yang, thank you for your hard work. Everyone, please take a seat at the side. True Monarch, Refining Demon, Jiang Bei Chou, Heavenly King of Purple Thunder, Shi Xian, Ji Qing Xian, and the others bowed and retreated to the side. The Sect Master and the Peak Masters looked at each other. After a while, a handsome young man, wearing a silver star god robe, stepped forward. 9 inner disciples, please step forward. Greetings, Sect Master, Peak Masters. In good, the Star Venerable nodded. Peak Masters, what do you think of these 9 disciples? Very good. This batch of 9 disciples has 5C of reincarnation realm martial artists, which is rare. This is the first time in the history of Xingqian School. However, to be able to pass the 25th round, it is enough to show their ability. The Jimu Peak Master smiled. According to the rules of the past, the 9 inner disciples who pass the successor ceremony can choose to join any of the 28 peaks, except for those who have a background or a master. The Wei Hua Peak Master said, 9 disciples, you don't have to worry. Some of you might come from the 4 great temples. However, the 4 great temples and the 28 peaks don't conflict. The 28 peaks are the place of true inheritance. Perhaps you don't know, but among the peak masters here, some of them are the temple masters of the 4 great temples. For example, the head of the Alchemy Temple is the head of Yihua Peak. The head of the Heavenly Works Temple is the head of Shunmu Peak. The head of the Myriad Stars Temple is the head of Nutu Peak. And the head of the Star Monarch Temple is the sect leader Star Venerable. The 4 great temples and the 28 peaks don't conflict. Many of the direct disciples of Xingqian School came from the 28 constellation peaks. The 28 peaks of Xingqian School were the 28 main veins. They were named after the 4 directions starfield. Among them, the East called it the Azure Dragon, Hornwood Dragon Kong, Gold Dragon Earth, Raccoon, Fong Sun Rabbit, Heart Moon Foxtail, Fire Tiger, Winnowing Basket Water Leopard. The South called it Vermilion Bird, Wellwood Ghost, Golden Sheep, Willow, Earth Deer, Star Sun Horse, Zhangyu, Deerwing, Fire Snake, Chariot, Waterworm. The West called it White Tiger, Kuei Wood, Wolf, Lewd, Gene Dog, Stomach, Earth Pheasant, Mountain Sun Chicken, Bayou, Black Turtle, Fire, Monkey, Ginseng, Water Ape. In the North, it is known as the Black Tortoise, Jiamu Yuniu Taurus, Nyo Nutu Fu Su Sun, Rat Wei Yu Yen Room, Fire Pig, Wall Water Yu. However, if you've already gone through the ceremony of apprenticeship and confirmed your master-disciple relationship, then it can't be changed. When Qin Feng heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Actually, other than the 28 peaks and 28 inheritances, there should be another inheritance. That was the Heaven's Punishment Palace. The Heaven's Punishment Hall originally belonged to the Star Monarch Temple, but as the Heaven's Punishment Hall fell, the successive generations of Heaven's Punishment Hall masters came up with a new inheritance. However, the Heaven's Punishment Hall had a special status. Although it had become independent, it had never made a name for itself. The representative of the Heavenly Punishment Palace in the Tao Seeking Hall was perfected Monarch Fiend Refinement. This was the Grand Elder of the Heaven's Punishment Hall. Originally, according to the inheritance of Xingqian School at its peak, the entire core sect had 28 inheritances, and each peak had 1. However, as the world changed, some of the inheritances of each peak had been lost. The 28 peaks now were no longer the 28 peaks from 10,000 years ago. At this moment, the Ghost Gold Peak Master said, "That's enough, Senior Brothers. Don't play around with your calculations. Let Marshal Nephew take out his credentials. There are 28 inheritances in the 28 peaks. Let the 9 disciples choose for themselves. If they feel that the inheritance of a peak is suitable for them, they can enter that peak. The 9 of you have similar aptitudes. We can't make a fuss for the sake of 9 disciples and do something that will make the disciples look down on us." When he said this, The peak masters looked at each other and cursed silently. Who doesn't know that your ghost gold peak is declining? You don't have the capital to attract disciples, so you use this method. What did the 28 peaks rely on? Of course, it relied on the support of the disciples, especially the outstanding disciples. The 9 disciples in this batch were all talented and had amazing luck. Which of the 28 peak masters didn't want more geniuses to support their sect and share their worries? Now, with the Ghost Gold Peak Master's words, no one had a chance to compete. The sect leader, Star Venerable, glanced at them and smiled gently. Well, if any of you have a master, you can step forward. If you don't have a master, you can choose to enter the peaks. I believe that with your aptitudes, talents, and luck, the peak masters won't humiliate you. After that, the sect leader, Star Venerable, changed the topic. Of course, you can also choose to enter my moon reflection peak. My moon reflection peak is very powerful and has produced many strong cultivators in the past. We also have 2 true inheritances. Among them, the Sky River Righteous Technique is known as the Sky River Righteous Technique, which is famous for its long chi meridians. It's a supreme, true inheritance that leads directly to the Tao of the Star River. There's also the Dezhou, Star's God Slaying Sword Technique, which is all-encompassing. If you cultivate the Deshang Sword Technique, you can evolve a boundless star region with a long sword. Becoming a star god is definitely not a dream. After that, he continued. In addition, as the sect leader of Xingqian School, I believe that I have some skills in teaching disciples. I won't humiliate my disciples. The peak masters of the 28 peaks were speechless. In fact, the sect leader's peak of Xingqian School was very unique. Whichever of the 28 peaks was in charge of the moon reflection peak would automatically move into the moon reflection peak. The previous sect leader came from the Heart Moon peak, so the Heart Moon peak would automatically become the sect leader's peak. This time, sect leader came from the Sun Pleiades peak, so the Sun Pleiades peak would automatically move into the moon reflection peak. Naturally, the Heart Moon peak that originally lived in the sect leader's peak would also move out of the moon reflection peak. The 9 peak masters' expressions changed slightly. The moon reflection peak was indeed very tempting in the eyes of the 9 peak masters. As the current sect leader's peak, the Sun Pleiades peak did indeed have an advantage over the other peaks. However, Qin Feng rejected this option first. Whether it was Gong Ao or Long Junyan, who tried to suppress him, Yu Huatian all came from the sect leader's peak. Moreover, he was a true disciple of the sect leader's peak with great influence. Before the 28 peak masters could react, the sect leader's Star Venerable waved his sleeve, and a disciple carried a jade plate to Qin Feng and the other peak masters. There were 9 jade scrolls. The 9 peak masters' expressions changed. Starting from Pan Wu, each of them picked one up. Qin Feng picked one up casually and scanned it with his divine telekinesis. Waves of information appeared in his mind. These are some basic information about Xingqian School. Among them were specific information about the inheritances of the various peaks of Xingqian School. Among them were Moon Reflection Peak's Sky River Righteous Technique, Star Cycle God Slaying Sword Technique, Jumu Peak's Azure Starry Sky Restoration Technique, Kongjin Peak's Metal Element Formless Star Scripture, and other true inheritances of the 28 peaks. The information of each true inheritance appeared in the minds of Qin Feng and the other peak masters. We are willing to join the Moon Reflection Peak. Almost without thinking, Pangu, Yi Ding, and Dongfang Qingyun all stood up. Qin Feng's eyes flickered. These 3 had obviously been waiting for a long time. Chapter 632. As soon as Pan Wu, Yi Ding, and Dongfang Qingyun finished speaking, the faces of the peak masters darkened. This year, there were only 9 true disciples in total, and 1/3 of them had entered Moon Reflection Peak. Pan Wu, who was ranked first, was among them. At this moment, Jianzong Yuan and Gongsun Hong stepped forward. I already have a master. Me too. All the peak masters cast their gazes over. Jianzong and Gongsun Hong were famous in Xingqian School's inner sect and the peak masters were familiar with them. Among them, Jian Zhongyan was the disciple of a sect protector of the Star Sect. Gongsun Han's master was Lu Tu Peak, one of the 28 peaks. He was the personal disciple of the current peak master of Lu Tu Peak. Now, 5 were gone, and only 4 were left. Wang Daoyi, Qin Feng, Xing Zhou, and Xin Xiu. Xin Xiu smiled faintly. He took a step forward, his eyes calm. The 28 peak masters glanced at him and shook their heads. Xin Xiu's inheritance and the ancient Zen sect almost formed a line of their own. Although several peak masters wanted to take this talent as their disciple, Xin Xiu didn't seem to have that intention. The only ones left were Wang Daoyi, Qin Feng, and Xing Zhou. Qin Feng and the other 2 stood quietly on the spot as they pondered carefully. Xingqian School's 28 peaks. Each peak had its own unique inheritance, and each inheritance led directly to the position of Star God. However, there were some subtle differences. For example, Wood Peak's true inheritance, Star Thunder Transformation Technique, was a true cultivation technique that leaned toward thunder element cultivation. If one was a thunder element martial artist, it would undoubtedly be better to enter Wood Peak. Another example was Lu Jinfeng's true inheritance, innate golden wind divine record, which leaned more toward wind element cultivation. If one focused on wind element cultivation, their cultivation would undoubtedly be smoother. Qin Feng was looking for a true inheritance related to the void element, or one that leaned toward the void element. However, after searching through all 28 peaks' true inheritances, he didn't find any true inheritance related to the void element cultivation. It wasn't that there weren't any. Among the inheritances of the Void Sun Peak, there was a true inheritance called the Dark Sky 9 Annihilation Divine Art. The power of darkness and space contained a portion of the cultivation secrets of darkness and space. However, this Dark Sky 9 destruction, God-destroying art, had long been lost and incomplete. Now, the Void Sun Peak's inheritance was the Dark Yang Rebirth Technique, which secretly refined the 9 suns and refined the body of the Great Sun. However, other than the Tao of the Void, there were also many Tao of the 5 elements. Qin Feng cultivated the chaotic 5 realms and also had the 5 sacred mountains in his hands. If he could obtain the inheritance of the 5 elements orthodox Tao, it would be greatly beneficial. No matter how many secret techniques he had, they couldn't compare to a true inheritance. Qin Feng had countless martial skills and cultivation methods in his mind, but only 3 of them could be considered true teachings. One of them was the primeval Demon Heart Scripture. This was a supreme chapter of the Demon Tao that led directly to the position of the Demon God. The second one was the 9th Heaven Lightning Imperial Scripture. This was the true scripture of the Thunder Tao that led directly to the position of the Thunder Tao Demon God. The third one was the Black Tortoise Yin Yang Tao. It comprehended life and death and connected Yin and Yang. Originally, this cultivation method was not considered a true inheritance. However, with the addition of the Qinquan True Martial Arts and Qinquan Heavenly Elephant Art that Qin Feng obtained, coupled with the innate Yin and Yang Qi, it had already taken shape. In the future, it would not be an illusion to become a Yin-Yang great demon god. Let me in! Let me in! At this moment, there was a commotion outside the Tao Seeking Hall. The Tao Seeking Hall is a solemn place. Who is making noise outside? The sect master, Star Venerable, frowned. At this moment, a voice came from afar. Sect master, senior masters, junior masters, Li Zhong requests an audience. Qin Feng raised his head and glanced over. After a series of shoving and shoving, a stocky young man entered the great hall. He looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. His face was full of hardships and stubbornness, just like a veteran. The 2 young inner disciples tried their best to stop him. However, they did not have the brute force of the young man and were pushed back repeatedly. They were unable to hold back their anger. Senior brother Li Zhong, don't be too presumptuous. This is the sacred place of the Xingqian school. How dare you make a ruckus here? Leave now, or we will chase you out. I'm not leaving. According to the rules of the sect, That disciple has to give priority to our Neo Gene phone. The young man's expression was firm. The two inner disciples' faces darkened. Let him in. A faint voice came from inside the hall. The two young men in silver robes were shocked when they heard the voice. They glared at Li Zhong angrily and pushed them to the side. Li Zhong tidied his clothes and walked into the hall with a determined expression. Under the gaze of the sect master, Star Venerable, and even Qin Feng, he knelt down on one knee and bowed. Martial Uncle Sect Master, Martial Uncle Peak Masters, please uphold justice for this disciple. The sect master Star Venerable frowned, and his eyes were sharp. Li Zhong, why have you come here? Do you know that trespassing in the Dao-seeking hall is a serious crime? Li Zhong glanced at Qin Feng. His expression was fervent with a hint of excitement. Qin Feng looked at his expression and was stunned. Li Zhong bowed again. Sect master, please listen to this disciple. After this disciple has finished, Li Zhong is willing to be beaten or punished by the sect. The sect master Star Venerable's eyes were sharp. No one knew what he was thinking, but he suddenly sighed and waved his hand. All right, tell me, what is it? This disciple is here for the inheritance of Neo Gene Feng. As soon as he said this, the sect master Star Venerable and the peak masters looked at each other and revealed an expression that showed that they had expected this. Neo Gene Feng was now declining. According to the sect rules, if no one succeeded the position of peak master in 300 years, the inheritance would be sealed. Today, Neo Gene Feng only had 3 disciples under the age of 15. The inheritance was about to be destroyed, or it would be absorbed by the peak masters. Sect Master Star Venerable, peak masters, martial uncles know that Li Zhong personally selected a junior brother in the freshman training a year ago. According to the sect rules, he should belong to Neo Gene Feng. A year ago, the freshman training. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. In an instant, all their eyes fell on Qin Feng. A year ago, Qin Feng's eyes landed on Li Zhong. A year ago, wasn't that the time when he participated in the trials of Shuiyu? Among the 9 youths present, he was the only one who was a second-year student of All Stars College. The sect master Star Venerable asked the direct disciple, sitting down. Disciple, you were the one who organized the previous training. Is this true? The direct disciple, wearing the purple star god robe, stepped forward. Reporting to sect master, this is true. At that time, junior brother Li Zhong was late, so he personally selected this junior brother Qin Feng as a preparatory disciple. The sect master, Star Venerable, and the peak master's eyes flickered. They all thought that Li Zhong was lucky. With a casual pick, he had picked a monster. The sect master Star Venerable's eyes flickered as he said, Li Zhong, although that is the case in our sect, apprenticeship is voluntary. What's more, you, Neo Gene Feng, are now declining. Your resources are almost gone. How can you raise a direct disciple? Li Zhong felt as if he was struck by lightning. For a moment, the hot blood in his chest was suddenly poured by cold snow. I went for a blind date today, so I was a bit late. Chapter 633. This was something that had to be done openly. Since the great change in Neo Gene Feng hundreds of years ago, most of the spiritual mountains and herb mountains have been lost. Although there were still some left, they had declined over the years and were gradually annexed by the other peaks. Now, Neo Gene Feng was just a mountain peak's name. If it wasn't for Li Zhong's hard work, it might not even be able to keep the mountain peak's name. Looking at Li Zhong, the Star Venerable's eyes flashed with a trace of pity. Li Zhong was also a genius. In terms of aptitude, he was second to none among the many inner sect disciples. In the eyes of the heads, he originally had a brilliant devotion and had a high chance of becoming a true disciple. Unfortunately, he was delayed for too long because of Neo Gene Feng's inheritance. 50 years ago, Li Zhong was already an inner sect disciple at the peak of the Sea Rebirth realm. 50 years later, Li Zhong was still at the peak of the Sea Rebirth realm. Now, many of the inner sect disciples who were inferior to him had already advanced to the martial overlord realm. Many heads shook their heads. As long as one was smart, they wouldn't give up a better choice and choose a declining main peak. The star Venerable looked at Qin Feng and said, "Qin Feng, what do you think? According to the rules, Li Zhong chose you back then. You should be a true disciple. However, every true disciple in the sect has the freedom to choose. This isn't compulsory." Li Zhong raised his head and looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng muttered. He wasn't a good person. If possible, he would naturally choose to hug a strong thigh. With so many powerful backers, it wasn't a wise choice to board a leaky ship. "Qin Feng, you should choose Niu Jin Feng. This is what you owe senior brother Li Zhong." Just as Qin Feng made up his mind, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Hong Wan, a red-clothed woman, walked in from outside the main hall. She was tall and slender, and wore a red corset dress that accentuated her perfect curves. She was absolutely beautiful. Hong Wan, one of the 3 true lords of Moon Reflection Peak, true Lord Hong Wan. She was also one of the best among the true disciples. When she saw Li Zhong kneeling on the ground, her beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of heartache. She quickly stepped forward to help Li Zhong up. Seeing this, the star Venerable frowned. "Luaner, what are you doing?" Perfected Lord Hong Wan raised her head and cupped her fists. Master is wise and observant. Master should understand Luan Er's thoughts. Li Zhong's heart has always been tied to Niu Jinfeng's inheritance, and he is unwilling to break through to the Nirvana realm. Luaner has always seen this and was anxious in my heart. Now, however, there is an opportunity. Luaner cannot sit idly by. Hong Wan? Li Zhong raised his head and glanced at the red-dressed young lady. Hong Wan held Li Zhong's hand and said, "Big brother Zhong, I understand your thoughts. This time, I'll surely fulfill your wish and eliminate the final obstacle for you, allowing you to put down your thoughts and break through to the rebirth realm." Both of them revealed their emotions. The head star Venerable pulled a long face. He was extremely satisfied with true monarch Hong Wan's talent, cultivation, and temperament. However, her relationship with Li Zhong made him very depressed. The peak masters glanced at each other and secretly chuckled. True monarch Hong Wan was one of the 3 extreme monarchs of Moon Reflection Peak. The 3 extreme monarchs could be said to be the strongest under the 9 great true disciples, especially true monarch Hong Wan, who was the youngest and had the most potential. Moreover, because true monarch Hong Wan was a female disciple among the many true disciples of the head star Venerable, she was very important in his heart. Unfortunately, this proud daughter of heaven had taken a fancy to Niu Jinfeng's Li Zhong. Hong Wan turned around and stood up. Her beautiful eyes turned, and an extremely fierce light descended on Qin Feng. She took a few steps forward and stared intently at Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, I know you. A 15-year-old alchemist, a marquee genius in the All-Star Meet, and the Medicine King Hall's chief alchemist. However, do you know that if it wasn't for my senior brother Li Zhong, how could you have today?" As soon as these words were spoken, the head star Venerable and the peak master's expressions changed as they glanced at each other. Qin Feng frowned. "Senior sister, please speak clearly." "Fine, take a look for yourself." Hong Wan's red lips curled into a trace of sneer. Her palm moved, and countless lights and shadows appeared. This was shockingly the scene of the Snow Region trial. Among them, Jimu Peak's people suspected that Qin Feng was a spy and wanted to capture Qin Feng. The scene of Li Zhong going forward to stop him appeared one after another. Qin Feng's expression changed slightly as he circulated the universe elephant technique. Obviously, these scenes weren't fake. Looking at the scene in the scene, Qin Feng's expression was silent. He indeed owed Li Zhong a huge favor. If it wasn't for Li Zhong, perhaps he wouldn't have had the chance to enter the All-Stars College and wouldn't have had the opportunity afterwards. Qin Feng was very clear about the plight of rogue cultivators. If it wasn't for the opportunity in Xingchen School, he would at most be at the meridian condensation stage. Seeing Qin Feng's hesitation, an elder at the side spoke up. "This is a small favor. Qin Feng, you don't have to take it to heart. What we seek is the Great Tao. The Great Tao is filled with thorns. For us old fellows to have our current cultivation, we have encountered countless life and death crises. These life and death crises don't necessarily depend on us old fellows every time. There are many people who have helped us, but we don't need to use our own futures to repay them. If you succeed in your cultivation in the future, at most, you can help Li Zhong. Another elder said, Qin Feng, you have to consider carefully. The difference between the resources you can obtain after entering the Niu Jin Feng and the other peaks is too great. That's right, there are ways to repay a favor. Why must you gamble your own future? Some elders tried to persuade him. Some elders cherish talents, while others didn't want the Niu Jin Feng to rise again because they had taken a lot of resources from the Niu Jin Feng. Almost everyone was looking at Qin Feng, waiting for Qin Feng's choice. Okay, I'll enter the Niu Jin Feng. After thinking for a long time, Qin Feng still decided to enter the Niu Jin Feng. Qin Feng was a person with principles. The hatred of an arrow must be repaid 100 times. The kindness of a meal, he would also repay it 100 times. Moreover, when he was reborn, he had almost zero luck. That was when he was the weakest and most dangerous time. If Li Zhong hadn't withstood the pressure at that time, he might have been captured by the Xingqian school as a spy. At that time, he was at the fourth heavenly layer of the martial path, and he didn't have the ability to resist the pursuit of a sea of reincarnation realm expert. Qin Feng's choice caused everyone to be absent-minded. Qin Feng raised his head and looked at perfected monarch Hong Yuan and Li Zhong. Revenge must be repaid. This is Qin Feng's principle. Since you helped me that day, I, Qin Feng, will enter the Niu Jin Feng today and inherit the Niu Jin Feng for 1,000 years. After that, the prosperity and decline of the Niu Jin Feng will have nothing to do with me. Qin Feng, are you really not going to reconsider? Do you know that in the Nirvana realm, if you don't have the help of the sect's main branch, your peers will quickly catch up to you? A first seat, try to persuade him. The most important thing in the Nirvana realm was accumulation. In the Nirvana realm, countless spiritual objects were needed to create a new world. Without the sect's resources, the speed of creation would be delayed by 10 times or even dozens of times. The current Niu Jin Feng didn't have any resources. Chapter 634. In addition to repaying the debt of gratitude, the most important thing was that Niu Jin Feng possessed the rare 5 elements true inheritance of Xingqian school. The greater void 5 elements true thunder technique of annihilation. This true inheritance was a rare true inheritance of the 5 elements, thunder, destruction, and one Tao. However, almost all the elders and even the peak masters were surprised by Qin Feng's decision. He was obviously giving up on being a rich second generation and choosing to be a beggar second generation. Li Zhong looked at Qin Feng in surprise. There was a trace of unconcealable gratitude in his eyes. Perfected cultivator Hong Yuan looked at Qin Feng with a much gentler expression. In her opinion, a true inheritance with a bright future joining Niu Jin Feng was indeed a waste. Dongfang Qin Yuan and Yi Ding looked at each other and sneered. Qin Feng's choice was the best. If he were to join one of the other 28 peaks, they would have a hard time dealing with him. Well, Qin Feng, you chose this path yourself. Don't regret it. The sect master and star venerable sighed. The peak masters shook their heads slightly. Joining Niu Jin Feng was a dead end. In such a competitive world, one step slower would lead to another step slower. It would not be long before Qin Feng disappeared from the crowd. I choose to join the ethereal sun peak. Xing Zhou was known as the King of Darkness. The Dark Yang rebirth technique of the ethereal sun peak was the most normal path for him. Then, I choose to join the Tribulation Fire Peak. Wang Daoyi took a fancy to the Tribulation Fire Peak's true inheritance, the 9 transformation technique of the Tribulation Fire Peak. The 9 transformations art of life and death was a true inheritance that contained the grand Daos of wood, life and death, time, and many other Daos. Wang Daoyi believed that it would be inexplicably beneficial to the perfection of his reincarnation divine law. The Peak Masters of the Ethereal Sun Peak and the Tribulation Fire Peak laughed at Xingzhou and Wang Daoi's choices. They immediately waved their hands and accepted the two of them. Xingzhou was accepted as the seventh disciple of the Ethereal Sun Peak Master on the spot. Wang Daoi was given the title of Deputy Peak Master by the Tribulation Fire Peak Master. He was in the limelight. After the 9 people had made their choices, it was time for the most important conferment. Every true disciple did not just have an empty reputation. They also had real benefits. This was the original motivation for many inner sanctum disciples to obtain a name, even if it meant breaking their heads. The purple-robed successor disciple waved his hand, and a young girl in a green dress with bright eyes and white teeth walked out from the side with a jade plate. On top of the jade plate, 9 silver scrolls were emitting resplendent, flowing silver light. Pan Wu, step forward and receive your order. Pan Wu's expression was solemn. Present, Pan Wu. The purple-robed successor took out a silver scroll and said, "By the headmaster's decree, I hereby confer upon you the title of Origin Spirit General, leading the position of Deputy General, controlling 3,000 astral soldiers and star generals, guarding the Origin Spirit Cave of 9 Plates, stronghold on the 2 boundaries mountain battlefield." Pan Wu's expression changed as he stepped forward. Yes, Secmaster. Everyone's expression changed when they heard the imperial title. Among the Star Soldiers and Star Generals, among the Star Lord Temple's countless martial generals, they were ranked 6th. Star Soldier, Star General, Commander, Great Commander, Deputy General, Divine General, Main General, Marshal, Heavenly King, Star Lord. The higher the rank, the higher the rank. In Xingqian School, many martial experts might not even have the position of Deputy General. Especially those 3,000 Star Soldiers and Star Generals, they held great power. He retreated to the side, and there were already elders on the side carrying the General's seal, Commander's seal, robe, jade belt, and crown. Wang Daoi, step forward and receive your order. Wang Daoi stepped forward. Present, Wang Daoi. The purple-robed successor disciple took out the 2nd silver scroll and said clearly, "By the headmaster's decree, I hereby confer upon you the title of 9 Serenities General, leading the position of Deputy General, controlling 3,000 Star Soldiers and Star Generals, guarding the Falling Horse Stronghold's 9 Serenities Cave on the 2 boundaries mountain battlefield." Wang Daoi took the silver scroll and cupped his hands. "Thank you, Secmaster." After bowing, he put the silver scroll into his sleeve and sat to the side. The purple-robed successor disciple nodded. "Where is Jian Zongyuan?" "Disciple is here." The white-clothed youth was like a peerless divine sword. "By the headmaster's decree, I hereby confer upon you the title of Demon Slayer General, leading the position of Deputy General, controlling 3,000 Star Soldiers and Star Generals, guarding the 9 Plates Stronghold's Demon Slayer Cave on the 2 boundaries mountain battlefield." "Thank you, Secmaster Heads." The white-clothed youth smiled, took the scroll, and walked to the side. Not long after, there were elders on the side who brought the General's seal, Commander's seal, and many other matching items. "Shinshio, receive your order." "Present, Shinshio." "By the headmaster's decree, I hereby confer upon you the title of Azura General, leading the position of Deputy General, controlling 3,000 Star Soldiers and Star Generals, guarding the Heavenly Fire Stronghold's Azura Cave on the 10 Directions mountain battlefield." Qin Feng, step forward and receive your order. "By the headmaster's decree, I hereby confer upon you the title of Fu Bo General, leading the position of Deputy General, controlling 3,000 Star Soldiers and Star Generals, guarding the Peach Blossom Stronghold's Fu Bo Cave on the 10 Directions mountain battlefield." Yi Ding, receive your order. "By the headmaster's decree, I hereby confer upon you the title of Yuan Gu General, leading the position of Deputy General, controlling 3,000 Star Soldiers and Star Generals, guarding the Copperbell Stronghold's Yuan Gu Cave on the 10 Directions mountain battlefield." Xingzhou, receive your order. "By the headmaster's decree, I hereby confer upon you the title of Tai A General, leading the position of Deputy General, controlling 3,000 star soldiers and star generals, guarding the Green Crag strongholds Tai A Cave on the 10 Directions mountain battlefield. Dongfang Qingyan, receive your order. By the headmaster's decree, I hereby confer upon you the title of Funwei General, leading the position of Deputy General, controlling 3,000 star soldiers and star generals, guarding the northern spiritual battlefields Funwei City in the Shiling Mountains. Gongsun Hong, receive your order. By the headmaster's decree, I hereby confer upon you the title of Tai Huang General, leading the position of Deputy General, controlling 3,000 star soldiers and star generals, guarding the northern spiritual battlefields Tai Huang City in the Shiling Mountains. After he finished speaking, the purple-robed successor, disciple, glanced at the 9 people. Military affairs are urgent. Junior brothers, you all have important positions. Do not stay. You must arrive at the battlefield within 3 months. Strange, it's strange. What's wrong with this batch of successor disciples? Why are they all sent to the front line? Yes, according to the original rules of the sect, successor disciples should be trained by the sect for a period of time, and then sent to various places to take up important positions and slowly take charge of the sect. Why are they so eager for instant success this time? It's too strange. What's going on? Yes, and the successor disciples in the past were only given the position of senior commander. This time, not only did they give the position of deputy general, but they also sent them to the battlefield in such a hurry. As soon as the decree was issued, many elders suddenly whispered and communicated with each other with their divine thoughts, full of all kinds of surprise. After the decree, the headmasters, Star Venerable, and the 28 peak seats left together. There were only some elders left. After they went up to congratulate him and gain some familiarity, the group of elders left together. Wang Daoyi, Xin Xiu, and the others came over and slightly greeted Qin Feng. After chatting for a while, the 2 of them hurriedly left. Junior Qin Feng, Li Zhong called out to Qin Feng. This young man, full of vicissitudes of life, looked a little ashamed. Qin Feng smiled and shook his head at Li Zhong. Senior brother, we're family. Let's go to Niu Jin Feng. I want to see what the real 28 peaks look like. Li Zhong was stunned. The next moment, he took a deep breath and nodded heavily. After bidding farewell to Supreme Hong Yuan, the 2 of them turned into 2 streams of light and disappeared into the sky. Yi Ding walked out of the Dao Seeking Hall and looked at the 2 people who had disappeared. He exchanged glances with each other, his eyes filled with coldness. Peach Blossom Village, General Fu Bo Humph. Chapter 635. Qianquan Sect to Shita Peaks 1 Breath Hall. Wuji, my son, you died so tragically. My son, which bastard from Xingqian School? I, Hua Yurong, will never let you go. In the hall, a beautiful woman cried as she knelt in front of Xian Jiuyang. Jiuyang, you must avenge my son. Not only must that bastard Qin Feng die, I want this Xingqian School to die with my son. Xian Jiuyang's expression was dark. Sitting down, the elders of Qianquan's sect looked gloomy. Not only did they not reap any benefits from the trip to see Spirit World, they even killed Xian Wuji's youngest son. How could they not be angry? Many elders were shocked. The beautiful woman's eyes swept across the elders. The elders' hearts skipped a beat. They took a deep breath and jumped out. Sect leader, it's time to take action against Xingqian School. That's right, sect leader. Xingqian School dared to kill our holy son. They're too much. We can't let this matter rest with the Star Sect. The elders were like firecrackers that were lit up. They were filled with righteous indignation. But there was not much hatred in their eyes. What a joke. Your son is dead and you want us to avenge you with our lives? Things are not that simple. Many of the elders did not mean what they said. Everyone quiet down. The 8 elders sitting at the head of the table spoke. The elders quietened down. They were the 8 Baron elders who had the most power in Qianquan sect other than the sect leader. The 8 Baron elders had a long history. Each of them was in charge of a region and they were the true overlords of the sect. They were Qian, Kuan, Zhen, Sun, Kan, Li, Jin, and Dui. The leader, Elder Qian, looked around and said, "Everyone, please calm down. Xingqian School is our Qiankuan sect's mortal enemy. We have long decided to get rid of them. But Xingqian School and our Qiankuan sect are both part of the top 10 upper sects. Our strength is similar, and we have been fighting for years. Our two sects have been fighting for thousands of years. We are like fire and water. If you live, I live. If I live, you live." He changed the topic and said, "However, that's exactly the case. We understand them, and they understand us. If we send out all our elites, I'm afraid both our sects will suffer great losses, and the other sects will benefit." Elderly nodded. "Indeed, our two sects are similar in strength, and our ranking is almost the same. Over the years, our Qiankuan sect has grown stronger, and so has the Xingqian School. The Demon Shrine and the Great Sunlight Temple have also been forced to retreat, and the Great Sunlight Temple was even destroyed in one fell swoop. How terrifying!" Senior Brother Li's words make sense. Right now, what our Qiankuan sect needs the most is to accumulate our strength. Since the world is about to descend, we cannot waste our efforts for nothing. Otherwise, we might end up as the vanguard of the world. That's right, that's right. Accumulating strength, gathering geniuses, and suppressing the other sects in the Eastern Spirit region is what we should be doing. The elder's tepid words only angered the beautiful woman to the point that her face turned ashen. Hua Yorong's face was filled with anger as she pointed at the elders. Good, good, good. A bunch of cowards. In the past, all of you were high and mighty, bossy, and arrogant. Now that you've heard of the Star Sect, you're making all sorts of excuses. What a bunch of useless people. Good. Since you're not willing to do anything, then this madam will personally do it. Without your Qiankuan sect, my divine might sect can still kill that little bastard with our own hands. I'll avenge my son." She rushed out of One Breath Hall in a huff as a fragrant wind blew past. Divine Might Sect. The elders' faces changed slightly. Divine Might Sect was one of the top 10 divine sects in the Linghai continent. It was ranked above the top 10 divine sects among the 72 sections. Each of the top 10 divine sects was a super force. The power of the 10 great divine sects is definitely not something that ordinary sect can compare to. Once, the Hunyuan sect, one of the top 10 divine sects, had taken action. With the power of one sect, it had easily wiped out 3 first-rate sects that were not ranked low among the 72 sections. Hua Yorong was indeed from one of the top 10 divine sects, the Divine Might Sect. Suddenly, Xian Zhuyang opened his eyes and looked at the elders. "My wife has lost her beloved son. I've misspoken. Please don't take it to heart." Elder Qian nodded and smiled. "Sect leader, you're too polite. We all know how Madame Hua feels. But are we really going to tolerate Xingqian School? Not only have the Demon Shrine and Bailing Sect agreed to form an alliance with us, even the Biyun Sect in the Southern Spirit region has sent us news. Our Qiankuan sect can be said to have hundreds of people responding to our call. Now, all we need is a call, and Xingqian School will be attacked from both sides." Elder Jin said. "Also, the 9 empires in the realm of stars have agreed. Once our Qiankuan sect and the rest work together, we'll destroy Xingqian School." The eyes of the elders were filled with a fiery passion. Xingqian School was located in the rich realm of stars. It had a long history and many spiritual mountains. It was said to be scattered all over the place. It was the top of the top 10 divine sects. If they could plunder Xingqian School, divide the benefits, and completely digest it, they might be able to become a divine sect. Xian Zhuyang said, "Everyone, don't be anxious. We need the right time to attack the realm of stars. Xingqian School's realm of stars is at its peak. If we attack recklessly, although it's not difficult to destroy the realm of stars with the combined strength of a few sects, we'll have to pay a huge price. Moreover, a corner dog will jump over a wall." Xingqian School has the realm of stars, which is a top grotto heaven. When the time comes, they'll go crazy and attack a sect with all their strength. At that time, I'm afraid that the strength of that sect will be greatly reduced. An elder said, Then when will the best time be? Xian Jiuyang smiled. According to my calculations, a rare void tide will appear in the void around the realm of stars 3 years later. The realm of stars will bear the brunt and be severely damaged. That will be the best time. Great void tide? Hearing this, all the elders sucked in a breath of cold air. The void tide was a catastrophe that would destroy all things in the chaos. In the void, any void world or void grotto heaven that encountered such a terrifying chaos tide would almost certainly die. Only a real kingdom could resist such a void disaster. Then, many experts became excited. 3 years, good. As long as we have 3 years, we'll definitely destroy this 1,000-year-old enemy. This time, Xingqian School won't be able to escape this disaster. Destroy Xingqian School and end thousands of years of blood feud. Voices filled the Wenqi Hall, and murderous intents soared into the sky. Then, Sect Master, the revenge of the young Sect Master. One of the elders looked at Xian Jiuyang. The Wenqi Hall quieted down, and all the elders looked at Xian Jiuyang. A trace of crimson murderous intent flashed in Xian Jiuyang's eyes. The enmity of killing my son is absolutely irreconcilable. This seat will avenge him. However, the most important thing for us now is to gather our strength and not alert the enemy for the time being. As for this matter, let the people of the Divine Might Sect do it. I believe that with my wife's influence in the Divine Might Sect, killing Qin Feng will be a piece of cake. Xian Jiuyang suppressed the murderous intent in his eyes. He was an ambitious and ruthless person. Hearing this, the elder's eyes flickered and they nodded. Hua Yuerong's identity was not simple. She was the legitimate daughter of a grand elder of the Divine Might Sect. Her identity had great influence in the Divine Might Sect. With her ability, it was not difficult for her to summon some experts. Chapter 636. Half a month later, above Niu Jinfeng, a figure flew out and instantly passed through the clouds. He turned around and scanned the surroundings to determine the direction. An hour later, he appeared outside a huge door. His figure flashed and stopped outside the door. Outside the door, 2 black-clothed and white-clothed elders with staffs raised their heads and looked at the descending black-clothed youth. So it's the new Niu Jinfeng's true disciple. Are you going to All-Stars College? Elder Bai Mei, Elder He Ju. Qin Feng's expression changed. He sensed an aura from these 2 elders that was not inferior to the Pill King Hall's Hallmaster. Please pass. Elder Bai Mei glanced at Qin Feng, and his eyes flashed. Half a month. In half a month, you have cultivated Niu Jinfeng's Greater Void 5 Elements True Thunder Art of Annihilation to the 5 Elements True Thunder Art. You are indeed talented. Hearing this, Elder He Ju's expression changed. Greater Void 5 Elements True Thunder Art of Annihilation. This true inheritance was a rare true inheritance of the 5 elements, lightning, destruction, and 1. It was very famous in Xingqian School's peaks. The Greater Void 5 Elements True Thunder Art of Annihilation was one of the strongest true inheritances in the sect. However, although this true inheritance was powerful, it was also very difficult to cultivate. Unless one was extremely talented and had outstanding perception, they would not be able to cultivate it. Qin Feng squinted his eyes and was secretly shocked. These 2 elders were really sharp. Go in. At this moment, Elder Bai Mei formed a seal with his hands. The door that was made of neither metal nor copper nor wood suddenly lit up inch by inch. Many lines lit up and a path to the heavens was formed inside the door. Qin Feng disappeared into the door like a shooting star. Countless rays of light bloomed. Qin Feng clearly felt countless void storms surging. He did not know how many voids he had crossed in an instant. Light appeared in his eyes, and in the next moment, he appeared in a spacious hall. A group of white-robed disciples standing guard at the entrance were startled when they saw the black-robed young man flying out of the star field. Their expressions changed, and one of the disciples stepped forward. Senior brother Qin Feng. It's you. Qin Feng's eyes swept over them, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. Then, an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. Zhu Jian. This was the outer court disciple, Zhu Jian, who was determined to make things difficult for Qin Feng when he chose the blessed land of Spirit Mountain for the first time in Spirit Mountain Palace. Seeing Qin Feng's expression, Zhu Jian's face turned red, and he felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. He had never expected to see Qin Feng here. In 1 year's time, things had changed. Now, Qin Feng was on a meteoric rise. From the Azure Dragon's first seat to an inner sect disciple, he advanced all the way to a true disciple. It was simply dazzling, and he was still an outer sect disciple. Back then, Zhu Jian was insufferably arrogant. Now, under Qin Feng's gaze, he was shivering like an ant in the cold winter. The many outer sect disciples stationed in the Star Extreme Palace and guarding the Star Extreme Palace's teleportation portal looked at Zhu Jian in astonishment. It seemed that this Zhu Jian had offended this new true disciple. For a moment, the gaze of many outer sect disciples changed. Zhu Jian's scalp was numb, and he cursed in his heart. There was also a kind of heart-wrenching jealousy. This Qin Feng was too lucky. Qin Feng glanced at Zhu Jian with a faint smile. The current Zhu Jian was not worth mentioning in Qin Feng's eyes. However, Qin Feng had always been vengeful. With a sweep of his gaze, Qin Feng quickly fell on the Star Extreme Palace's deacon in a silver robe among the crowd. You're the deacon of the Star Extreme Palace. This was a middle-aged man with a white face and no beard. When he saw Qin Feng's gaze, he was overwhelmed with flattery. Deacons like them enjoyed the same treatment as intersect disciples. But in reality, their future was already bleak. If they could curry favor with a true disciple, then they would have a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. This deacon was particularly attentive and hurried forward to pay his respects. Disciple Niu Ben greets the true disciple's senior brother. Qin Feng nodded. I'll remember you. After saying that, his gaze fell on the pale-faced Zhu Jian. Niu Ben was stunned and then understood. Qin Feng patted the former's shoulder and stepped out of the Star Extreme Palace. The moment Qin Feng left, the gazes of the disciples in the Great Hall changed as they looked at Zhu Jian. There was a trace of pity in their eyes. After offending a true disciple, even if it was a new true disciple, the outcome could be imagined. The best outcome would be to be sent to a small city to guard. Otherwise, there was a high chance that he would be deployed to various major battlefields as cannon fodder due to the fear of the true disciple's prestige, casually exploding the grudge of that day's plot. Qin Feng appeared in the contribution hall and exchanged the remaining 4th, 5th, and 6th levels of the Art of Chaos stars. Among them, the 4th level corresponded to the Nirvana realm of martial arts. The 5th level corresponded to the Almighty realm. It included many secret methods to pass, avoid, and delay the 9 major heavenly tribulations. Only intersect disciples could come into contact with these secret methods. As for the secret methods to avoid, delay, and pass through the 9 heavenly realms, only true disciples were qualified to come into contact with them. This was a benefit that belonged to true disciples. There was also the 6th level, which corresponded to the Supreme Realm. In addition, Qin Feng took the opportunity to exchange for another batch of Jade Spirit Wine. He cleared out all that he had and exchanged it for various spiritual herb seeds and spiritual roots. He was about to break through to the Nirvana realm and needed a large number of spiritual herbs. Qin Feng still attached great importance to this point. Qin Feng also felt that it was a pity. If he joined the other 28 peaks this time, there would be teachers to help him settle it. However, Niu Jin Feng was now poor and could not support his cultivation at all. Thinking about what he had seen and heard in Niu Jin Feng had nothing except for the abundant spiritual energy. He was really down and out. It was an exaggeration to say that he was a big cat or two. He recalled Li Zhong's words before he left. Junior brother Qin Feng. According to the sect's rules regarding the inheritance of the 28 peaks, If no one inherits the position of head in 300 years, the inheritance will be sealed. If no one inherits the position of head in 500 years, Xingqian school has the right to choose other elites to inherit the inheritance and rebuild this peak. Now that you have left for 500 years, there are less than 20 years left. Within 20 years, you must become the head. Otherwise, Niu Jinfeng's 10,000 years of inheritance will completely disappear. Becoming the head. How can it be so simple? The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched. According to the sect's rules, the lowest cultivation level for the head of the 28 peaks was the martial sage realm. Everyone knew that after reaching the peak of the nirvana realm, one would begin to pass the tribulation. Every time one passed a great tribulation, one would undergo a transformation. Only the peerless experts who had experienced 4 great tribulations were qualified to be called sages. Sages controlled the sage Tao law. He took a deep breath. After coming out of the contribution hall, Qin Feng headed straight for Scarlet Sky Peak. Now that he had become a true disciple, Scarlet Sky Peak had already become his training ground. However, there was still one last step for a 9th grade spiritual mountain to become a training ground. Only by completing this last step and helping Scarlet Sky Peak break through the limit of a 9th grade spiritual mountain would Scarlet Sky Peak be qualified to become a true training ground. Chapter 637. A Tao field was a spiritual, mountain-blessed land that could explain the mysteries of the heavenly Tao. Only a spiritual, mountain-blessed land that could nurture its own Tao within the meridians was qualified to be called a Tao field. Originally, according to the rules of the heavens and earth, after a long period of nurturing, the Tao aura would naturally gather in the depths of a 9th grade spiritual mountain and give birth to a special heavenly Tao. However, this period of time was too long. Therefore, some martial arts experts thought of other methods to use the power of martial arts to artificially create Tao aura. In the Xingqian school, there was an extremely precious Tao talisman. This Tao talisman was a secret technique that was lost in the later generations. Qin Feng had heard of it before, but it was his first time seeing this Tao talisman. In the belly of the Scarlet Sky Peak, there were numerous dragon-like earth veins that were filled with spirit qi. They were constantly absorbing spirit qi from the surroundings to refine the Scarlet Sky Peak. Here, there were countless earth-yellow earth veins of various sizes. The turbid qi of the earth was circulating within the earth veins. Any earth vein that accumulated would give birth to yin qi, evil qi, poison qi, and other evil qi. A few earth veins were filled with extremely pure and vigorous emerald spirit qi. These few meridians were constantly absorbing all kinds of spirit qi from the depths of the endless void. They were pure and transformed into the purest spirit qi. These were spirit veins. Spirit veins were different from ordinary earth veins. A faint light appeared. Qin Feng opened one of his hands, and a seed-sized object appeared. It was emitting a gentle and mysterious spirit qi. When it appeared, it was like a miniature world that was evolving the mysteries of the heavenly Tao. This was a Tao talisman. Plant the Tao talisman, nurture the Tao seed, and turn it into a Tao field. This was 3 steps. However, there were differences between Tao fields. For example, a fire-type Tao field would be filled with rich mysteries of the fire type. If a fire-type cultivator cultivated in a fire-type Tao field, their cultivation speed would be several times faster. In a fire-type Tao field, planting fire-type spiritual items would undoubtedly be twice the result with half the effort. There were also water-type Tao fields, metal-type Tao fields, lightning-type Tao fields, ice-type Tao fields, wind-type Tao fields, and so on. There were many types. Every Tao field had no elemental attributes at the beginning. It required a powerful expert to infuse it with profound knowledge before it could take root and develop many incredible abilities. Qin Feng's original ideal Tao venue was a void Tao venue. However, this void-type Tao venue only had a 1 in 10,000 chance of appearing. Even Xingqian School had no way to create a void dojo. Qin Feng could only take a step back and choose the five elements Bodhidharma. The five-colored light flew out from the talisman, and in the next moment, it fell into the center of the mountain where the meridians intertwined. As soon as it landed, the talisman immediately took root and sprouted, absorbing the qi of the earth. The qi of the earth turned into a talisman cocoon that emitted a five-colored light. Buzz! An invisible wave flowed along the earth veins. A unique Tao rhyme was slowly changing the surrounding earth veins and even the spirit veins. Done. Qin Feng could feel it. Along with the appearance of this fluctuation, strands of rich five elements true meaning flowed out along the earth veins. If an ordinary disciple was able to capture this true meaning, it would have a special effect in comprehending the five elements' true meaning. This was just the beginning. As the talisman was completely condensed, the spirit veins under the Tao venue would all transform into Tao veins. This newly formed Tao venue would completely take shape and become a pure land. As the Tao venue took shape, on the Scarlet Sky Peak, there were a few medicine apprentices who were born with extremely strong soul force. Their expressions changed, and in the next moment, a mysterious aura was produced from their bodies. They had entered a state of enlightenment. In just a moment, a unique and mysterious fluctuation was produced from their bodies. Five elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This is the six strongest outer disciples on the Scarlet Sky Peak were the first to discover this mysterious change. Luan Xiaochuan, Su Jie, Zhao Yuan, Lu Xiao, Yu Yao, and Qin Guang put down what they were doing and carefully comprehended this fluctuation. Among them, Lu Xiao and Yu Yao, who had the most outstanding aptitude, almost instantly sank into the extremely mysterious fluctuation and comprehended the formless changes. Countless dazzling golden stars suddenly appeared on Yu Yao's body. Specks of light wrapped around her like a golden tornado. On the other hand, a radiant energy was produced from Lu Xiao's body, illuminating her body with boundless brilliance. Gold-shattering force, glorious sun force. Qin Feng's figure silently appeared in the sky above the Scarlet Sky Peak. Countless scenes of the Scarlet Sky Peak appeared in his mind. A trace of a sigh flashed across his eyes. Gold-shattering, dawn-light, glorious sun, jade crystal, rosy cloud, collapsing snow, and primal chaos. These were the seven most peculiar attributes, and they were extremely rare. Furthermore, they were the pinnacle of each attribute. For example, the gold-shattering force was the pinnacle of gold. With the gold-shattering force, this god's true power was extremely pure. Once it was successful, it could easily reach the peak of True Dragon Stage 9. If there was an opportunity, it would be possible to reach the Heavenly Tao stage in a single step. Although their cultivation speed might not be as fast as the various divine bodies, this characteristic was enough to make one go crazy. Pinnacle of gold, pinnacle of light. I've already seen Yu Yao's gold-shattering force, but I never expected Lu Xiao to possess the glorious sun force. After muttering to himself for a while, two high-grade true martial realm martial skills suddenly appeared in Qin Feng's mind. One was of the gold attribute, and the other was of the light attribute. Two streaks of light entered the bodies of the two. In a flash, Qin Feng appeared outside the primeval hall. Peak Master. Outside the hall, Luan Xiaochuan, Su Jie, and Zhao Yuan were shocked and quickly lowered their heads. Is Red Lotus here? Reporting to Peak Master, Madam Red Lotus came back half a month ago and entered the 9 Great All-Stars College's 9 Great Temples to cultivate. The All-Stars College's 9 Great Temples were gold, wood, wind, fire, earth, ice, lightning, light, and darkness. The 9 Great Temples were branded with traces of the Tao left behind by martial experts, and the spirit chi here was much more abundant than some spirit mountains. This was a rare cultivation paradise for the new students of All-Stars College. However, Qin Feng had never entered it even once. Qin Feng did not expect that he would pass by Red Lotus. Forget it, I'd better go to the savage battlefield and take over the Peach Blossom Stronghold. I'm currently under orders to guard the Peach Blossom Stronghold's hidden wave cave. I don't want to mess things up on my first mission. Right at this moment, Yu Yao's aura fluctuated, and countless rays of golden light shone brightly. She suddenly opened her eyes, and a trace of extremely sharp aura was faintly discernible between her brows. Peak Master? She opened her eyes and instantly saw the black-clothed youth in front of her. Qin Feng's eyes flickered as he sized up Yu Yao. Yu Yao was a clever girl, and she was good with money. She was born to be an expert at stirring up clouds and making waves. It was a pity to leave her in a place like the Scarlet Sky Peak. Yu Yao, if I hand over a city to you to manage, do you have the confidence to manage it well? Yu Yao's expression changed, and a trace of surprise flashed across her eyes. Following that, a trace of confidence flashed across her eyes. Peak Master, it's not that I, Yu Yao, want to boast. Although I, Yu Yao, don't have a high talent in cultivation, I have a natural talent in managing mundane affairs. Speaking of cultivation, Yu Yao pursed her red lips. She was also a genius in Mountain River City, and she was a hero of her generation. However, when she arrived at All-Stars College, she realized that she was in the bottom group. Among the geniuses who entered All-Stars College in the same batch, most of them had already advanced to the third and fourth secret realms of the Meridian Condensation stage. The outstanding ones, like Qin Feng, were even monstrous enough to become a true disciple. At the very least, they had all become outer and inner disciples. And now, she was just looking at how to break through the first secret realm of the Meridian Condensation stage. How could she not be disappointed? Is your cultivation speed slow? That's not a problem. I have a cultivation technique that's naturally suitable for someone with a nimble mind like you to cultivate. I'll teach you the first 4 layers. If you can help me manage Cloud Lake City, I can teach you the next few layers as well. Qin Feng's eyes flickered, and a cultivation technique appeared in his mind. He pointed out with his finger, and a stream of light suddenly flew into Yu Yao's mind. This is... Yu Yao's delicate body trembled. A trace of unconcealable shock appeared in her eyes, and her red lips trembled. The legendary cultivation technique, Cosmos' Heavenly Elephant Art. Chapter 638. Qin Feng's eyes flickered, and a cultivation technique appeared in his mind. With a tap of his finger, a streak of light flew into Yu Yao's mind. This is... Yu Yao's body trembled, and an unconcealable shock appeared in her eyes. Her red lips quivered. The legendary cultivation technique, Cosmos' Heavenly Elephant Art. Yu Yao found it hard to believe. Qin Feng actually passed such a precious cultivation technique to her so easily. Yu Yao pursed her red lips, and a trace of redness flickered in her eyes. A true inheritance. With this true inheritance, advancing to the Overlord realm, or even the Almighty realm, would no longer be a dream. Taking in Yu Yao's expression, Qin Feng said, "It's just a true inheritance. There's no need to be so excited. As long as you work for me wholeheartedly, there will be no lack of treasures like this in the future." Finishing his words, Qin Feng said a few words to Luan Xiaochuan, Su Jie, Zhao Yuan, Chen Guang, and the rest who were rushing over. Then he grabbed Yu Yao and flew out of the Scarlet Sky Peak in a streak of light, rushing towards the Cloud Lake City. 3 days later, Qin Feng appeared in the sky above Cloud Lake City at lightning speed. This is Cloud Lake City, under the sea of clouds. Yu Yao looked at the houses that stretched for hundreds of miles, and a trace of surprise flashed across her eyes. Without a doubt, this was a huge city. In front of this huge city, Mountain River City was like a baby that had just learned how to walk. She was about to become the actual ruler of this huge city, and this made the desire for power in her blood boil. Her body couldn't help but soften. Yu Yao narrowed her eyes. Looking at this woman who was excited to the extreme, Qin Feng's eyes flickered. This woman was born for power. In a flicker, Qin Feng appeared in the Castellan manor with Yu Yao in his arms. Inside the Castellan manor, a devilish-looking young man in a black robe was sitting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Ancestor. He quickly stood up. Yu Yao's beautiful eyes looked at the young man, who looked exactly like Qin Feng. "He's my clone," Yu Yao said softly. With a wave of his sleeve, Yi turned into a streak of light and merged into Qin Feng's body. At this moment, sensing the clear, void fluctuations of the city lord's mansion, for streams of light rushed in like shooting stars. Bao Wen, Chui Haiming, Chui Wenxiang, and Zhong Wanwu appeared one after another. 4C reincarnation realm experts. Yu Yao's expression changed, but she regained her composure in the next moment. Seeing the young man in the hall, the four of them heaved a sigh of relief. "City Lord, get up. There's no need for formalities." Qin Feng waved his hand. "City Lord, who is this lady?" The four of them guessed that Yu Yao might be the City Lord's beloved concubine. Qin Feng said, "She's the future housekeeper of the Qin family. If you run into any trouble in the future, you can ask her first. Head housekeeper." The four of them immediately understood. This was undoubtedly one of the future madams of the family head. Yu Yao was a little shy. She was a clever girl. How could she not know the expressions of Bao Wen, Chui Haiming, Chui Wenxiang, and Zhong Wanwu? However, if she could become the madam of the Qin family, she wouldn't reject it. With Qin Feng's current status, he was definitely worthy of her. Qin Feng didn't explain and waved his hand. In his mind, bits and pieces of information were sent over by He was trying to understand what had happened while he was gone. Cloud Lake City wasn't that big of a deal. 4 of the 5 major clans had fallen. The remaining Li family was also standing aloof from worldly affairs, acting as if everything was led by the Qin family. The 12 major clans and various factions were also behaving themselves. The Qin family was flourishing. But soon after, one of the pieces of information attracted Qin Feng's attention. Chaohai City had a series of cases of young girls going missing. The missing girls were either Xianyin girls who were born in the Yin time of the Yin year or the Yang time of the Yang year. This piece of information reminded Qin Feng of the Hahuan sect's perverted thief who ambushed the Jin family. Qin Feng was well versed in both the past and present. He knew many secrets. Some ancient existences needed special rituals to awaken because they had been asleep for too long. For example, some experts who cultivated the laws of Yin and Yang needed a blood sacrifice of young boys and girls with pure Yin and Yang energy to awaken. Rustle. At this moment, a series of hurried footsteps could be heard. Outside the main hall, Qin Xingyun, Qin Xinghong, Qin Xinyue, Qin Yuemei, and the others arrived. The 3 elders were proud of their success and seemed to be growing with each passing day. When they saw Qin Feng, especially when they saw the Black Star God robe on Qin Feng, they were shocked and overjoyed. "Patriarch, you completed the successor ceremony and became a successor disciple." Qin Feng nodded. "That's right. I have become a successor disciple. I have returned to Cloud Lake City and will head to the Savage battlefield in 2 months." "Congratulations, Patriarch. Congratulations, Patriarch." The 3 elders were overjoyed. It was as if their own family had become a successor disciple. Since Qin Feng had become a successor disciple, the Qin family status would naturally rise as well. If this matter were to spread back to Mountain River City, the 3 elder statuses would rise by another level. Even the Qin family's old ancestor would have to give them some face. Qin Xingyun suddenly said, "Patriarch, your advancement to a successor disciple is the #1 joyous event in Cloud Lake City. We should hold a grand banquet to celebrate. This is a good opportunity to let the surrounding forces see the power of our Cloud Lake City." Qin Feng said, "I will leave this matter to you. I won't be staying in Cloud Lake City for too long." To Qin Feng, the most important thing now was to adjust his condition and break through to the Nirvana realm. Everything else was trivial. "Yu Yao, from now on, you will enter the City Lord Manor to handle administrative matters. Elders, from today onwards, Yu Yao will be the City Lord Manor's administrative officer. Leave all the ordinary matters to Yu Yao. If there is anything that can't be done, report to me. Yu Yao. The expressions of the Qin family members changed. Naturally, they had heard of Yu Yao's name before. Looking at the current situation, it seemed like this proud daughter of the Yu family had been taken in by their patriarch. Qin Yuanmei sized Yu Yao up from head to toe. Yu Yao could clearly feel that this daughter of the Qin family seemed to have a natural hostility towards her. This hostility came from Qin Feng, who was beside her. Crush. Yu Yao's red lips revealed a seductive smile. Seems like this is the first trouble I will face in Cloud Lake City. Qin Feng turned and entered the secret chamber of the City Lord Manor, releasing Mo-E once again. In the secret chamber, Qin Feng sat cross-legged. Now that he had comprehended all 18 types of void mystic mysteries, condensing the void source, fusing the Tao, merging the Tao, and even proving the Tao wasn't difficult for him. Perhaps the only trouble was opening up his inner world. Backlash of heaven and earth. When ordinary sea reincarnation realm experts tried to open up their inner world, they would have a slim chance of surviving because of the backlash of heaven and earth. However, Qin Feng had quite a bit of confidence. With his current strength, ordinary sea reincarnation realm experts couldn't be compared to him. What Qin Feng was worried about was that after he broke through to the Nirvana realm, due to his strong foundation, he might become a martial Tao expert and trigger a calamity of heaven and earth. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.